Welcome to the DP World Wonders. It is Hollywoodbets Pro50 action, and it is a bumper clash. Alongside me, I've got the two captains, Leah Jones, Khomotso Rapo, and I'm one of our umpires for today, Amy Gear. Let's spin the coin and see where we end up.
Alright, ladies, we have the heads, tails. Please hold in the air. Heads.
Heads is the call.
Damn it. Tails.
So tails. Khomotso, step into the limelight here. You've won the toss. What are you going to go with?
We're going to bat first.
What's the decision behind that?
The pitch looks good, it looks flat, so we're here to play the 50 over, whole 50 over, so we're looking forward to betting more, so yeah.
A little bit of a disjointed season. You've had rain interrupt two of your games. What is the thinking coming into this fixture?
You always have to get your mindset ready for anything. Even though we got rain out, we're still here today and we obviously want to win today's game. It's important for us to take the points. Anything can happen. Our Western Province is a good team, so we're looking forward to playing some good cricket.
All the best for today's game. Thanks so much. Leah, if you join us, tell me a little bit more about having to bowl on the surface. Feel confident?
Yeah, we wanted to bowl first, so I'm kind of happy that it went that way. We feel it's a bit of something in the morning. Obviously, it takes a bit green and it's a bit soft under covers, so I think we want to obviously exploit those conditions in the beginning. Hopefully make it difficult for them.
Some interesting news in your camp. You've got some Proteas joining the mix. What do you make of that?
Yeah, obviously it's kudos to everyone that made the side. Obviously, really happy for them. But yeah, it's I don't think it's much of a big deal. We're same team that we've been the whole season, so just excited to go.
All the best for today's game.
Thank you so much.
And the news from the middle is that the DP World Lions have won the toss and they'll have a bat. Well, it's a very good morning to you all from the DP World Wanderers in Johannesburg. It is Hollywoodbets Pro50 action. It is a grudge match between the DP World Lions and the World Sports Betting Western Province side. Both sides want a win, but for entirely different reasons. The one side that really wants that victory, and a clean one at that, is the DP World Lions, the home side, having not really had any momentum to their campaign thus far. On the other side, Western Province, they've had some shining lights, but an opportunity now for them to really move up that table. They're in third place at the moment, while the Lions are in fifth. My name is David Midgley. Alongside me is KG. KG, talk me through this. What have you made of the selection of these two teams?
Yeah, I think very interesting selections of the two teams. Couple of Protea players in both the teams, so that's going to be very interesting. Probably something that sticks out is the omission of Danae van Niekerk after making it back into the Protea setup for the women's and not making it through. But they've got fairly good, strong teams, obviously, with the DP World Lions batting first, with Tabete and Landsman Karawames obviously played 2 games at the World Cup. And you've got Sinalo Jafta that's in there also, Sunet Felyun. So they've got a bit of youth and some good experience in the team, the DP World Lions. As we see also Ayabonga Kaka and Tumis Kukune into the squad. So they're very good players to welcome back into the team. And when you look at the Western Province, we've got Lara Godal, who's been in a decent touch. Delmarie Taka, Faye Tunnicliffe, more in the T20s. He's got a couple of runs in the T20 stuff. So 2 fairly balanced teams. No doubt that we'll be having a very good game here today. Nice and blue skies above us. So, yeah, looking forward to this match.
Yeah, and impressive as well for Leah Jones. She gets a call up to the national side. She's been plugging away at the domestic setup. The Western Province captain finally being rewarded for her good work for this side. She's done so well for many years, and now Coach Mantla Mashimi and his team recognizing that. So the toss, as you can see, was decided earlier today. It was the DP World Lions who won the toss and decided that they will have a bat on a surface that has a little bit of color, a little bit of a tinge to it, but it also offers something for you if you can get in here, KG.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's just one of those that early on for the batters, they might just need to see it through with that first 10 overs of power play, of which it is also the best time to try and get that run rate going up. But yeah, I think it's going to be a very good contest between these two teams. Looking forward to some Protea matchups within the teams. As you go, Leah Jones coming from the golf course end.
And starts with a wide. So a little bit of something on offer for the bowlers today, KG. They lost the toss, but Leah Jones saying that she was happy that they were going to be bowling this morning. Conversely, Khomotso Rapo saying we're here for the 50 overs. We need to bat for that full length of time.
Yeah, I think it's one of those that it's not extremely going on the other way or on the other side.
And just for good measure, she's even things out with a wide on either side.
It is one of those whereby whether you win or you lose the toss, I think you won't be disappointed with doing either. We did speak about the bowling that looks like it will give you something a little bit earlier on, but the batters, if they apply themselves, they'll be fine. There are some cracks that we also saw, but we're not sure if are the type of cracks that will open up later or not, which might still be good for the bowlers later.
A good cricket wicket, you could say, because there is something on offer for batters and bowlers alike. The mild concern that we have here, KG, is that there's the possibility of some adverse weather coming across our radar here around 11, 12 o'clock. It's no guarantee. You know, you see the bright light, and well, you might think it's a glorious day for batting. Don't be so certain. Much better line and length there from Leah Jones. Took a couple of deliveries and then seems to have found her rhythm. Nonkululeko Tabete and Madison Landsman
opening for the Lions.
Two very promising batters for the DP Lions. With the experience, as you said, Leah Jones getting a call up to the Proteas that will pump her up. I suppose that is also the good thing about, Proteas having a fairly new coach, Manda Mashimbi. He's been there for the last 11 months, starting in December last year, that they've got their mind open, having not had a certain group of players for a long period of time, and thus gives the opportunity for anybody that's doing well in the domestic setup to have a chance in the Proteas team, and this is what we see now.
A little bit straighter on that one. And just looking at the record for Leah Jones, 6 wickets this season, her best coming against the Dragons. It was a cracker game for almost everybody. Her figures in that game, 2 for 18. She's bowled at 3.91, and I think that's where the selectors have started to look in her direction. For a number of years, she's been doing the job, but particularly this season, the tidiness with which she bowls. Again, straighter this time. So we've yet to have runs off the bat with 1 ball remaining in the first.
And of course, I think we speak about how important, obviously, wickets are in ODI cricket or in short ball or short format cricket, rather. But the most important thing would say that if you get that economy rate, because if, let's say, the whole team is going at 3.9, that means you're effectively chasing under 200 each and every game that you play.
End of the first. A couple of wides to get us underway. It's 2 without loss.
A tidy start, you'd say, from Leah Jones. Bar obviously getting those 2 wides first up. But after that, she's been on the mark. Nothing of the bet so far in this match. The Western Province and 2 for naught. It's going to be a very interesting game also, because I think both teams will be looking at, obviously the Garden Route Badgers have started like a house on fire in the Pro50 series, but there's an opportunity for them to get close and go high up. Lions have only completed 2 matches in their 50 over, lost 1-1-1. Unfortunately, last week against the Titans, it was washed out.
And that game against the Badgers was interrupted by weather as well, so it's really been a disjointed one for them. Layla from the call at drive end. On the money first ball here from Mia Layla. Such an important thing for Western Province to ensure that they keep things tidy. There's certainly going to be opportunities for them to pick up wickets here, but if they can keep things consistent with line and length, that's where they're going to find joy. Little bit of an over-pitched delivery there, and that one goes through the hands, and we have the first runs on the board. They'll come back for the second, and unfortunately the throw was a little bit too short. So 2 runs off the bat, and it came through a bit of an error.
Mia Layla will not be impressed with that at all, because especially when you put into ball first, you want to transfer the pressure onto the batting team immediately, because as a batting team, if you choose to bat first, you feel that you have to have a good start.
That looked very uncomfortable in terms of the bounce. Madison Landsman not happy with that one. Some encouraging words from her partner.
I think it's going to be important for these 2 players to just understand that, especially when the bowling is good early on, the most important thing is try not to lose wickets, especially in the first 10.
Well played. Off the back foot, guided so effortlessly. That'll run down to third for a single.
You just see that it's guided, but look like there was a bit of an extra bounce just towards the end, but Madison Landsman just remained in control of the shot. That's what happens, especially when players have got their concentration levels up early on. Slight deviation because they are in the game, you're able to just counter that.
A little bit wayward there from Mia Leila. Leila coming from Redham Constantia, part of the 2025 Talent and Acceleration Program for the Under-19. So tell us a little bit more about what having players like Danae Finney-Kak and Lara Goodall and now Leah Jones, what that kind of means to a player like Mia Leila with her debut this year. How does she navigate? Punched out nicely, not able to get through the armor there.
I think with that, it's very good to have those kind of players in and around you because as much as you might be feeling the pressure to perform with them there, but then you've got people that can actually guide you also. You're talking about Kayla Reinecker also has got provincial, national colors rather. So you are surrounded.
It's much better from the youngster. She ends it with aplomb. 2 overs gone. It's 6 without loss.
So just saying, you are surrounded by a good experience, people that have been there for a very long time, people that are just making it now into the squad. So the best thing that you want to do as a young player is to soak everything that's coming to you. Be a sponge, soak everything that's coming to you, and try to use as much of it as possible.
The temptation sometimes can be, I think, KG, as well, to add on to what you say. I've gotten here not by accident. And the temptation is I want to do everything. You've highlighted something crucial there as we begin another Jones over. Absorb it. Don't necessarily take all of it on board. Filter. That's so important for young players. Just to hear everyone out, but decide what works for you.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, if you've gotten to a certain level, it means that there's things that you were doing that were right. So you've got to stay true to yourself and your identity as a player that got you identified. Because sometimes it might happen that players feel that now, because I'm at another level and people have been there, I have to take everything that they're saying that I must do. But it is very important to understand that we're all unique in our own ways. But early signs just shows that she's got her everything aligned. The way that she's running through and bowling through is like she's sure about what she's doing, which is going to be very important. And as we say that, as a player, a younger player coming in, you take almost everything, but you don't. The output is not everything. So the input is everything. The output is not necessarily everything that you've taken in.
Off the back foot and guided down to third for 1. They think about a follow-up to that first run. Not to be the case. Leah Jones, for those of you who may not have followed as closely, she's been around for a long time in the domestic setup. And what you may not have known is that she was the women's domestic MVP in 2025, the start of the year. And so yes, she may be an unfamiliar face to you when she gets to the national side. This one tucked away onto the onside nicely. I think that's the important thing that sometimes players forget, is that when you're at domestic level, you don't have to be the flashiest player. You have to be the most consistent player, because consistency gets you selected, not necessarily bravado or being magical on the field, because when you try and seek that magic, you end up, falling short. And consistency is what coaches and selectors want. Pulled, slightly mistimed, and so that'll trickle away out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's a very long one out there, and so Layla does the fielding. They come back for the second.
Importantly, with the point that you're making, David, is that a game like cricket, unlike if you look about soccer or rugby, it's very much dependent on the stats. And the stats will come with the consistency that we're speaking about, because the players, the coaches are not going to be there all the time. Yes, you might see that there's one or two of those players that you say that maybe the stats are not speaking for them, but you can see that they've got a lot behind their back.
Tries to play it on its head. It's well stopped there. Just a single for it. Boy, I thought that was going to tear away through, but Nosipho Vezi getting a hand to it and stopping a certain boundary. 3 overs have been completed. 11 without loss.
Steady start, you'd say, from both teams. Just going under 3 to the over, or under 4 to the over, rather. But at the same time, the Lions haven't lost any wicket, which is going to be very important, especially if you choose to bat first. You feel that you've got the pressure to ensure that you pile on the runs early on. So you don't want to be coming in after deciding that you're going to bat first and then all of a sudden losing a lot of wickets, because then it doesn't justify your decision to bat first.
Are you trying to throw shade at the men's game? Lovely delivery. Boy, that was so good. Not quite sure of where she wanted to play that one, Landsman. But that was a lovely delivery from Layla. So are you saying if you win the toss and bat, you've got to back it up?
You've got to back it up. There's no two ways about it, because if you're making decisions that I'm going to bet first, which means that you're saying that it's a good wicket to be betting on and we can get the best out of it earlier on rather than later on.
It's nicely timed. Down to third man for the single. Having a look at this Proteas side for the Island Series that is coming up. Looks like a good side. I think the balance of youth and experience and an opportunity, you might say, KG, for some players who maybe aren't your first choice players. It's well played. Didn't quite time it. The idea was there, just the execution on timing wasn't what she had hoped for. It's an opportunity for you as a coach to build depth, because depth is what wins you World Cups, and we just haven't crossed that finish line just yet. Played nicely off the back foot, going through the hands there at backward point. A couple of early fielding errors here, letting the Lions release some pressure.
Yeah, definitely, David. I think what you want to do as a coach is you want to take stock of what you have or what you can use. If you are getting to the final a couple of times and you feel that there might be just that extra 1% that's missing,
again, tries to guide it down, but this time Faye Tunnicliffe is lurking there.
So with that 1%, sometimes you look and you say that, is it possible to get that 1% from within, or do we need to widen our web a little bit? And when you've got a series against Ireland, nothing against Ireland, is that is giving you an opportunity to see which other players you have that can add into your armor.
That's wonderfully played. She played it so late. Beat the fielder in the ring, and it screamed away for a boundary. A good way to end the over for the DP World Lions. 4 gone, it's 17 without loss.
A very good shot there from Landsman, allowing the ball to come to her. There's an old cliche that says, hit the ball under your eyes. So just take a look at that. Guiding it nicely all the way on the ground to the boundary, first off the bat.
Early in the over, she tried the self-same shot. Didn't beat the field, but this is one of my favorite angles. Look at this. Side on. And And it was a matter of a foregone conclusion.
And those signs, so when you see players are sometimes doing that, deliberately opening the face of the bat in order for them to get the gap, because you've got the cover, you've got an extra cover, so you know that a full face of the bat might just hit it straight to them, just slightly opening it up. Very good signs for a player.
A little bit of extra pace and bounce there from Leah Jones. You and I had a good look at the surface earlier today. If you were captaining out there in the middle, what would you have done?
Lose the toss.
Although, based on Leah Jones' reaction, you wouldn't know that she was happy to lose the toss. Somebody's got a serious cough there. We can maybe they need a bit of water.
Yeah, I think importantly, it is one of those tosses that when you win, because it doesn't, I don't think there's too much of a difference of whether you want to bat or ball first. You just say, what have we prepared ourselves to do? And then you do that.
Oh, she didn't like that one. I'll scream through for a single. But Tabete looked really uncomfortable with that one. It surprised her with a bit of steep bounce. She was looking to pull, and then maybe it looked as though there was a bit of a spongy bounce to it. She was hoping for it to come onto the bat and play it nicely through the onside. Not so.
Definitely. I think we do have a couple of players that are playing in these games that will be looking to really put their hand up. We know what Laura Gadal can do, but I think she still need that extra percent in order to be part of the full-time playing 11, for lack of better words. Does have that opportunity, obviously, with Anneke Bosch being dropped from the squad.
Tough time for Anneke Bosch at the World Cup. And as you said, there's now an opportunity for someone to step in and maybe try and grab that position for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a couple of players that, Leah Jones also can see that there is an opportunity. To say that she's going head on head with Tumis Kukune both in the team. Yes, Tumi has been there for a while.
Just squeezes that one down to Vezi at third man for the single.
I think if you just go to that squad, somebody like an Elise Marie Max, who's second-year contracted player, hasn't had that much game time for the Proteas, so another opportunity for her to put her hand up again. I don't want to say justify, but to show why she's got the national contract for the second year running.
Really uncomfortable one. That was a delicious delivery there from Jones. Tabete looks like she's not enjoying things out there. I don't think it's your traditional high felt wicket where the ball is going to fly through it. It's a much softer bounce.
Obviously, we've had a lot of rain in the last couple of weeks. If you walk around the field also, it is not wet, but you can feel that there is a lot of rain that has been hitting down. And thus, you tend not to get the most traditional of wickets that you're used to.
Oh, there's a bit of confusion here. The shot, the non-striker's in. She had to hit, and she does, but the umpire's not interested. Safe in the end. And the end of the fifth. Halfway through the power play, 19 without loss.
Yeah, a bit of uncertainty there between the two batters. Bit of a yes and no. Bit of ball watching also. Not sure if they both knew where they were or where they were going.
The Lions may be ball watching, but we are weather watching. KG just had a look at the forecast for today. 2 o'clock. It's heading our way. But the great thing about the weather report is, one, it can be wrong more often than not. And two, the consistency is something that you never know what you're going to get. It might change over the next little while. Looks like we're going to have a drinks break here, as there's some treatment on Tabete. So we'll be back with you shortly. At the end of 5, it's 19 without loss.
I didn't realize it was an injury, not a. I suppose we'll catch it
okay, this one hates me, that's why.
This one?
Yeah, this one.
After a short intermission, we're back here at the DP World Wanderers. David alongside KG. And for today and tomorrow, you're stuck with Bongani and Daba and myself. Lots of questions to be had about the upcoming series against Ireland. Layla begins with a very tidy delivery. She's the kind of bowler that can surprise you, I think, KG. She's someone who has a very good action, good rhythm, and surprise you in the sense that she will toil away. She's not afraid to really put the hard yards in. As one of the standing umpires for today, Amy Gear, just has a look at the ball. Laura Goodall saying, well, maybe it needs a bit of a trim. Oh, outside edge, and it's gone on the bounce to what looks like a gully fielder. And this is what I'm talking about with Layla, is she'll do the hard yards and then produce a delivery like that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure our co-commentator Bongani will like the stocks that we are seeing here. Running through quite nicely. I was just about to say that it's worth it to have a slip in there because of the way that she's going through. Yes, there is a gully, but you've got to feel that it's the kind of a player that you need to attack a little bit more with, and we saw Laura go into that.
Oh, something on offer here. It's those two deliveries outside the off stump, and then the one that straightens.
It's a very funny thing. You see it quite a lot of times that just put in a slip in there because we've been saying that looks like the ball go through, and then the next ball goes nice and straight into that middle and leg type of a thing.
And coaches will say, bowl to your plan for heaven's sake. Another straight one, too full, and Landsman will not miss out. Handsomely driven down the ground, and a welcome boundary for 4.
Very good shot there from Landsman. Overpitched. Bit of a commentator's curse, you would say. Overpitched from Mia Layla, just allowing Landsman to go through it. But that is exactly what she's doing. She's not overhitting the ball, allowing the ball to come to her, hitting it under her eyes. That time around, full face of the bat being presented.
Hooked away, it's going all the way, and it's gone for 6. Bang, bang here from Madison Landsman, and the youngster is under pressure. Back-to-back boundaries. It's 29 without loss and 1 ball remaining in the 6th.
Just have a look at that again. Bit shorter this time. 2 straight. Got a 7-2 offside field. Just got very thick outside edge in the 3rd ball or the 2nd ball. 2 gully. Bring in a slip. And then everything has been straight since then. Can be frustrating also for a captain. How do you set the field around? Looking at, you try to back your bowler to say that it looks like you're bowling the ball outside the off stump nicely. Let me give you protection. Do that, and then all of a sudden it just goes down. And I have to learn very quickly here, Mia.
And that one is wide, so it's insult to injury. It's crucial here for somebody like Tatum LaRue, who's at mid-off, to get in the ear of the youngster. Making her debut in 2010, 2011. LaRue has been around, and she's played enough cricket for her to shepherd the youngster. You don't want to overcomplicate things by speaking too much, but you've got to rectify it and quickly. This one is driven out through the covers. There's a hand to it, so it'll be a teasing chase here. But LaRue's not going to get to it. 3rd boundary in the over. 34 without loss after 6 overs.
Very good batting there from Landsman, making sure that she makes Leila pay there. Let's just look at that again. Just the timing that she's been projecting in this inning so far. Very big over here for the DP World Lions, going for 15 runs. The youngster is going to have to hang on a little bit, do what she did in the first 2 overs that she bowled.
Do you suspect a bowling change from the call it drive end at the next over, or do you give the youngster another opportunity to make amends?
Give a youngster another opportunity. It's been just one bad over. It does happen. Very young. You don't also want to break a young player where they feel that they cannot make a mistake. Because if you call for that 1 over and you base her bowling on that 1 over, you say, okay, you've made a mistake and thus you have to go off. What you have to do is you have to show confidence in them and say that, look, you've made the mistake. You are being allowed now to correct your mistake. The game is not running away. Yes, they're going now at 6 and over.
Short and helped it on its way down to mid-wicket. There's a long chase here for Mia Leila. And they will certainly consider the 3rd. But they were in 2 minds about that. I think Madison Landsman was ball watching a little bit. So it's a tough go out there for young Mia Leila. She's had a rough over. And when you think, well, I'm just going to amble out there and hang out in the field, the batters are seeking you out like sharks.
It keeps on following you.
Straighter this time from Jones. This is nurdled away onto the onside. Wicketkeeper having to do the hard yards here. I suppose what you're saying, let me correctly understand what you're saying, is like the umpires with a light meter in a multi-day game. Once you've set that precedent, you almost have to keep up with it. And because she's young and it's still very early in this innings, give her a bit of leeway. Let the game go on.
Definitely. Yes, it is one of those overs that the last part of the over didn't go well. First 3 balls were dot balls.
That's well played. Excellently well played. She just squeezes that away. And the slice is paying dividends here for her. And that puts Landsman into the 30s. Confident stroke, and key to that is that she's played it ever so late.
Exactly what she's been doing throughout the innings, allowing the ball to come to her, identifying where the gaps might be to get those boundaries. This partnership is also going to be very important for Tabete in terms of, we spoke about it, looks like she's struggling a little bit early on, but if Landsman keeps on batting the way that she is, takes the pressure off her.
Oh, it's a repeat of the shot. A little bit squarer this time, but the result is exactly the same. Madison Landsman is on an absolute tear here. 30. Again. Not even a third time's a charm here for Leah Jones. Doesn't matter how many fielders you put it there. Landsman is finding the gaps with surgical precision.
A hat trick of fours in the same area here. Not a fan of following the ball, but you gotta ask yourself a question. If it's not worth it to rather have that, looks like it's gully point, not too sure, in a first slip and have that third man moving at a squarer, where you're still attacking in terms of having a slip in, and then you've got somebody that's patrolling that boundary on the offside.
Oh no. Just a slower delivery, and she's just bunted it straight back at Leah Jones. Simple catch, and the first wicket has fallen. Landsman has got to go, and it looks like Jones has done herself a mischief.
Yeah, not the best of ball, but it got the wicket. Leah Jones that time around going a touch straighter than what she did in the previous 3 balls that went for boundaries, as we take a look at that again. A bit shorter, and Landsman looked like it was a stop shot. Didn't completely go through with the shot. Changed their mind halfway through. Too late. Bat hanging. Leah Jones says, thank you very much. I'll take that all day, every day, and twice on a Saturday.
Certainly a wicket against the run of play here, KG. Landsman was on a good roll there, but it doesn't matter how you get them. The wickets are what count. Jones just getting a bit of treatment from the physio, maybe a bit of magic spray as Karabo Meso comes to the wicket here.
It's going to be very important innings for Karabo Meso, not putting too much pressure on her. But to say, obviously, she's been part of not a traveling squad, but the main squad of the Proteas going to India. Her direct competition is in the same domestic team that she's playing for in Jafta. So you then, as Karabo Meso, then ask yourself whether for me to be the main player, do I need to score more runs here at the domestic level? So this kind of innings with Karabo Meso coming in, batting in the top order, coming in at number 3, it's going to be very important for her to see that if she gets herself 100 or whatsoever, it makes the coach's job a bit easier when you go to that first game against Ireland in a couple of weeks' time.
Before you throw that H word around, let her get through the first ball, please. Remember, the country is expecting big things here. Well, change of bowling, and it'll be some spin from the, call it drive in. Delmarie Tucker. She looks a lot more comfortable in that national side. But again, those wickets are going to be crucial for her. From Pretoria, so not too alien are these conditions here. She'll be fully aware of what's on offer here, but her time at Western Province has been a fruitful one. A big shot behind, but umpire Amy Gear couldn't be bothered so easily. I wonder here, KG, with the off spinner, the slower delivery is going to be the one that gets it for you. I suspect if she uses extra pace as her standard option and then the slower one, like we saw with that Landsman wicket, it might bear fruit. Swept and swept well. It's gone through the hands, but there is protection out there in the deep, so they just get the one for it.
Yeah, definitely. I think what you do want to do is we just take a look at that again. Very close.
Away from you.
But only the keeper looks like was convinced about that. It's going to be And you see a lot with spin bowlers coming up. First over, they bowl a lot of different balls just to find what will work for them.
Those previous runs bringing up the Lions 50 runs. Yeah, you said she's going to look at what options are available to her. There's a little bit of extra bounce in that first delivery. Down the wicket. And a simple bunt gets you that single. Well, I asked the question, would the youngster get the hook? And she's done exactly that, despite the wicket falling in the previous over. In the air for some time, stopped elegantly there. It's not always easy when you're fielding in the ring, but even more so when you're having to move around on the practice surface. That's where the roasties come from, Keiichi.
Yeah. What is very interesting about the change of bowling, you would say, yes, Dami talk about very well, is that two aspects. In whenever Mia was bowling to Tabe to look at what was troubling her, now a wicket that fell was from the batter that was actually dominating her landsman. So you've got to maybe ask yourself, is it that the decision was just made after she bowled that over to say, whatever happens, you're not going to come back, whether it's a new wicket or not? Certainly would have given her the benefit of the doubt and say, go, and then you're going to bowl to a new batter also.
Well, 8 overs have been completed. It's 51 for 1. Tabete on 7. Meso, having just arrived to the crease, is on 1. And there's a double change in bowling here. Leah Jones picks up a wicket and, well, is very magnanimous in saying, I've picked up the wicket, but I'm going to have a bit of a break now, as Tatum LaRue is the new bowler from the golf course end. Driven out, square of the wicket, but cleaned up tidily there.
Leah Jones doesn't want to bowl to her Protea teammate in Karababeso. It did look like, though, when she took that catch, that she might have done herself a little bit of mischief. I wonder if that maybe contributed to her not bowling, because I don't see any other reason why she wouldn't bowl her 5th over after picking up an important wicket.
It's a good length there from LaRue. I hear what you're saying, understanding that I've just been selected for the national side. As a captain and a bowler, I'll just put the handbrake up. On a different day, I don't think she would have pulled the handbrake on her performance here.
Is that a good or bad thing to put or not put according to you being selected? I've just been picked for the Proteas. I'm going to bowl as many overs as possible, because I'm part of a 15-man squad. So I want to make sure that I'm part of 11 that's going to get onto the field the first over. So I want to bowl my 10 overs today, and I want to get the wickets.
But if I'm injured, I don't want to risk it. Or if there's a bit of a niggle or a twinge, you definitely don't want to aggravate it, and then you're not in any squad, let alone 15 or 11. It's a very good over this from LaRue.
That is the tough thing in the catch-22. And sometimes players fall into, I don't want to call it a trap, but into that thing of overprotecting themselves because now I've been selected. But then that can have a negative impact on it. Of course, we don't know whether it is because of the injury. Fair enough. If it is because she feels a bit of a niggle or a twiggle, then yes, by all means, take the rest. But if it's something that you would ordinarily bowl through, because sometimes coaches actually look at that, the one fighters in the team. If you say that, okay, look like she went in niggle, but then she is still going and pushing through, those are the kind of the players. Because what if the same thing happens when you're in the squad and you're playing? What happens then? Do you then not bowl? Then we are bowler shot?
Do you push through at domestic level or do you push through at international level? Catch 22, as you said. Again, the player to miss. It's a very good over this from LaRue. It's a maiden. 9 overs have been completed. The score is unchanged. It's 51 for 1.
Domestic level.
But if you get injured at domestic level, how are you going to do it at the national level? It's tough.
So what I'm saying is that my pushing through the domestic level is what will get me into the Proteas setup as a fighter of the team. Because at the end of the day, yes, you might say that you're protecting yourself, but then the coach looks and say, okay, that means that the niggle is too much for her to continue. So why should then she be in the playing 11?
It's always tough. You've got to balance things. Balance things. Life is about balance. Tucker begins a new one. It's much better flight there from Tomari Tucker. And you can hear there's a little bit of a breeze picking up as well, which will help a little bit of drift from the off spinner. Again, not afraid to toss it up.
It is obviously important when you're speaking about the drift. For those that don't know, is when you're on an off spinner in the air, the ball is going to the opposite direction, bounces and comes into the batter. Right and better that is. So if you do have a bit of wind and assistance, you put it up there. Very tidy over so far, halfway through. No runs.
And the temptation is there for the batter. It's a shorter boundary of the two. Anything short, you feel like an opportunity may present itself to get a boundary. Yes, there is protection, but how quickly can they cut it off? That's exactly the ball that I was speaking of. Can the protection get there? They do in the end. And so a single. So this is the cat and mouse game that goes on. Batters and bowlers trying to work each other out. But this is very good stuff from Western Province. They've picked up the wicket and followed up with 2 very tidy overs. Tidy sweep to end the over. It's the end of the power play. 53 for 1. And a time for a change in commentary. I'm going to make way for Bonga Nindaba.
10 overs down here at the DP World Wanderers. The home team winning the toss, electing to bat first on 53 for 1 after their 10 overs. Very good start. Was that one over that went for 15 runs a little bit earlier on? Up until that time, it looked like the Western Province were quite ahead in the game early on. Too early for anybody to be ahead, but then they were keeping the run rate down. Statham Leroux starts up with a full toss into Karabo Meso, and she will not let that go, hitting it past that mid-wicket for a 4. Welcome to commentary, Mr. Ndaba.
Top of the morning, KG. As I walk in here, I come in with the boundary counts. I'm here, I'm the action man. It's an unbelievable shot from young Karabo Meso, but maybe a nice little gimme here from Tatum. Tell me, Cage, how's it gone the first bit here? What's your thoughts?
Because that's when the Lions scored a few more runs to get themselves to that 51 in the first power play, but there was an important wicket of Landsman also for Western Province. So I would say it's neck and neck.
Tatum, again, nice, lanky, tall, fast bowler. These sort of conditions at the Wanderers, I think the hardest thing about coming to the Wanderers is that it could give the fast bowlers a false sense of security, gives you that extra bit of bounce, and then you forget to attack the stumps, which maybe if I could have to be a little bit hypercritical at the Western Province bowling attack, that's probably the only thing. Maybe haven't gotten the wickets into play as much as they could.
Yeah, definitely. I think Tatum Leroux will enjoy these conditions. And she has looked to be hitting the deck hard, which is exactly what you want to do in the Highveld. I think the first over, we saw the first shot ball of the innings coming from her. So she is going to look to hit the deck hard. And no doubt that at DP World Wanderers, you will get that assistance from the pitch itself.
challenging ball again. I think I like this channel here. Very good channel here from Tatum, showing all the experience that she's got here. I think she's also a player that's played around the domestic circuit for a while. So it's good to see players like her as well, just, you know, coming on every single season, churning in performances and really passing on all the experiences that they've get it all across and throughout the whole time, their whole playing experiences.
Most definitely, I think it's going to be very important for all the players that are coming through the system to find players like Tatum Leroux that's been there for quite a bit. Very strong bowler. And we spoke about the young Mia was taken out of the attack. Maybe if you see a Tatum bowling on the other side, then it gives you a bit of confidence and a bit of information also of when you come back for your second spell, how you're going to go about things. And to be fair to her, she only had one bat over also. Otherwise, she's been bowling quite well.
Absolutely. I think she's also one of the standouts that I had in that power play. I think there's a lot to like about her. I mean, nice, skiddy, pacey bowler, nice and tall as well for a 16-year-old. And again, I think it's a daunting task to run in at the Wanderers as a 16-year-old and run in and open the bowling for a provincial team like Western Province. So it must mean that there's something good in there, and I'm really looking forward to that second spell from her.
Quick single hit down to that mid-on. Those are going to be very important when the boundaries have dried up. That's a very good here from Tabete, hitting it straight to that mid-on, but seeing that there's an opportunity to get a single, and she did that, just that, rotating the strike.
Yeah, Nonkululeko Tabete. I think, I mean, just looking at her stats for the season, probably hasn't had the returns that she should have liked. She is a big player for the DP World Wanderers ladies side. She has churned up runs for the last couple of seasons.
Coming down the wicket from Karabo Meso. That is the player that she is. There is gap there at the long on. Nobody patrolling that boundary. Hitting it over that long on boundary for the first or the second maximum of the game.
The exuberance of youth, KG. As we have a look at this shot yet again, look at the quick feet there. Quick feet, quick hands. Bang, over long on. And the small little pose there for the young pup as well. I think this is, again, a great opportunity for Karabo here. Good-looking wicket at the Wanderers as well. So, yeah, I think there's a great opportunity for her here to put a great little performance. As I say that, again, there's a little bit of a communication mishap in the middle there. Again, a player with tremendous again, potential. I think the hardest and the biggest thing is to see how we can actually get that out and make her a little bit more consistent.
Definitely, and the only way that you can be more consistent is to be out there as often as possible. So we see a change in fielding. Tatum coming down to that long on boundary that Meso hit 2 balls ago. Coming down the wicket once again. Getting a single. That shows the quality of a batter. If you hit a 6, they put somebody down. But coming down the wicket once again, getting a single, that's how you win an over. You just need that one boundary, and then if you can just make sure that you rotate when you've got the opportunity, you win the over quite easily.
Absolutely, Cage. Absolutely. I mean, I always talk about the value of making a play early, you know. I mean, Meso's just gone out there and made sure she's been there for 19 balls, and she's already run down the wicket a couple of times. And that's forced the fielding change at long on. Now you've got an easier and a softer one down to long on, you know. So there's very big value in trying to make the play a bit earlier, just so that you've got a little bit more softer ones, a lot more easier ones. So again, from there, the opportunities to really go out there and show some of the learnings that she's had. I mean, she's been able to have front row seats at the World Cup to sit some to it, you know. So really looking forward to seeing how she really stacks up today and how she leads this whole DP World batting unit, which probably hasn't fired as much as what they would have liked this season.
Yeah, definitely. I think her innings is going to be very important for the team and for herself in terms of her career, where it is at the moment.
Tatum carries on as if she's never left again. Just in that channel again. I think the value again of just being able to hold your length. The value of just being able to hold your length. We're going to see that today.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be very important. And this matchup is going to be very important between these two players in particular. But it does look like when Karabo Mess is facing up to Tatum Leroux is just allowing her to bowl not allowing her to bowl the good balls, but respecting those good balls. Oh, just a wide one there, flashing at it, but nothing at it. But you see now, when Karabo is, Meso is facing the other side, is facing Delmi Taka on the other side, she's saying that while we're not getting the runs on the other side, we're going to maximize on this side, upsetting her line and lengths by coming down the wicket. And that's very important. And sometimes you go through a phase in the game and you say, right, this is the bowler that we're going to get, the run rate that we need to get, so that you don't fall too far behind. If the other one is bowling the right channels on the other side, let them be.
As I say that again. Again, I think it's going to be a big one here, Cage. It's also just a small little test of character, a little bit of test of temperament as well from her. There is a little bit of wobble again in there. The ball is only about 6 and a bit overs old, so there will be a little bit of swing. And the Highveld is known for a new ball wicket, so I think it will be a good little examination for the young Karabo Meso here. And let's see how she actually unfolds and unpacks this innings.
In the end, just going over that point, they're coming back for 2. Easily back for 2. This time, there's been a couple of boundaries that went down there when Lanceman was still batting, but it does look like now the third man is a little bit squarer and allow that to cut that off. But very good running from Karabo Meso, which is something that is also very important about the way that she goes about things. We have seen the power game that she has. She does hit 6s. She does hit those 4s, but she also runs very well between the wickets.
Again, it's unbelievable. This is great bowling. This from Tatum. I think there's big value in running between the wickets, KG. I think that's also maybe an underrated skill, and it's also often a momentum changer, momentum shift. As we have a look at this again, I think she's really been good on that channel, in and around that off stump, nipping it a little bit away. I still believe that's just a little bit in there. There's more than enough in there.
Good shot. This time, much fuller from Tatum Leroux. And Karabo Meso just allows it to get to her. Hit it handsomely down the ground. Very good shot. Past that extra cover. A diving extra cover. Good shot to end the over there from Karabo Meso.
Unbelievable shot. Maybe just got a tad too close to her, and she was able to get her hands right through that. As we have a look at this replay again, strong setup, hands right through the line. Beautiful shot. Great little pose at the end as well there from young Karabo Meso.
And very importantly, you just see about the difference of how the batters like to bat. We look at Landsman a bit earlier. She was allowing the ball to come to her and hit it a lot later. Karabo is also batting quite different. She fetches it in front and hits it past that extra cover. And sometimes it just goes with the ability, the hands, the kind of hands that the batter has. Of course, we know that Karabo Meso is also a wicket keeper, so she's somebody that, she uses her hands quite a bit. You know how sometimes they go fetch the ball in front to catch it and bring it into them. So that ability also allows her to just meet the ball a little bit earlier than what most batters would like to do. But it was stiff one there, a bit shorter. Tabete managing to get it into that mid-wicket for a single to bring Karabo Meso back on strike.
Cage, I like that point that you've made, and it also brings different challenges. It brings different modes of dismissals for that. So as I say, as a fast bowler, bowling maybe a harder length, and she wants to really hit through the extra cover region on a wicket like this, being able to nip it away. I'm also not just as disencouraged as a bowler. So again, there's two forms of thoughts of looking at it, and I do definitely think.
Again, pushing it to that mid-off. Very good running from Karabo Meso. She's very intentional about getting those quick singles. As soon as she hits it, immediately she goes off.
Absolutely. the exuberance of youth, and again the tempo at which that she wants to play with. I mean, it's been privileged to sit in a change room where they've been speaking about how they want to bat as a batting unit, and the biggest part has been about the intention and really working hard on lowering that dot ball count. So looking at how she's gone about today, I think there could be a few opportunities for the fielding side as well, but it's exciting on how she started.
It's very important that you mention about how they want to go about lowering that dot ball count, because that is exactly what the bowlers do. They look at increasing that dot ball count. So you want to counter that as a batting team. Shota and Tabete just hangs back there, but there is protection on that deep square leg boundary, just coming through for that single.
Yeah, and it just brings a different sort of understanding, even a different sort of dimension into the game. Being able to rotate strike at will just keeps everything going, and Karava's got that ability as Delmi Taka sticks past that off stump.
Good end to the over from Delmi Taka. And after 14 overs, the DP World Lions are 74 for 1. So you see highlights of the power play a little bit earlier on. Very good batting it was there from Landsman. Spoke about that big over that she just tore a little bit into Layla. Hitting both sides of the wicket whenever she's gotten the opportunity. That was that short one. Good presentation of the bat from Landsman. So batted very well in that power play.
Absolutely, and she did. And I think one big thing of this power play, the package that I see, is the amount of runs that were scored square to the wickets. You know, I think maybe that is something that they could really, as a bowling team, go have a look at. As we look at Tatum running in it again.
Quick single once again. And that is what you get from a Karabo message. Such a busy player, always looking to get runs, whether she's on the strikers or non-strikers end.
Yeah, and I think it's a good little foil as well for Nonguleko Tavetu on the other side. It will also get her going. I think it's always a good thing as a batter to always be, you know, facing balls. For you to spend a lot of time on a non-strikers end and not face a lot is also a killer in terms of momentum. So it would be nice as well for Nonguleko Tavetu to get in and around and face balls as well and be able to contribute. I think she's had a stop start as well in the season, and she probably hasn't contributed as much as what she would have liked. And I think this is again a perfect opportunity with Karabo taking on maybe the limelight and the flashy part, and then she can really go on and be the anchor and really hold this whole batting unit together.
This time from Karabo Meso, just hitting it to that sweeper on the offside. Yeah, I think it's very important, Bongani, when you speak about identifying your roles in each partnership that you're going to be in. And for Tabete, just identifying that, yes, she's had a very slow start. But if you've got batters on the other side that are willing to transfer the pressure back onto the bowling team, what you want to do is that you want to give them as much time on the ball as possible. So when you get that single or when you get that strike, just rotate the strike, let them do it. What you don't want to do is you don't want to be facing 4 or 5 dot balls in a row, because not only is the pressure on you, but it's also on your partner on the other side.
Definitely, Cage, definitely. And again, I think she's been a classy player, also has played a test cricket for South Africa. So in as much as Karabo is in there and got a lot on her shoulders in terms of this is how I want to play, there's still a lot to learn in terms of absorbing pressure, in terms of also when to transfer that. You know, so I'm hoping and I'm looking at this with an eye of saying, what can I pick up from the other end as the youngster in the side?
Once again, good lines and lanes from Leroux. She's been bowling very well, very steady early on.
She's come in and really, I think, zoned in and showed a lot of accuracy. And I feel still kind of stopped the game a bit. I think there was a little bit where the Lions were trying to take the momentum a little bit away. And she's come back and just kind of drawn it nicely back with just good old simple hitting the top of off.
And a short one. Tabete allows it to come to her, hits it in that vacant deep square leg area. And that is a beautiful boundary from the bat of Tabete. The team will be very happy about that. And that also brings an end to the 15th over with the DPY Lions on 80 for 1.
As I was talking about battering it into the wicket, there she goes. She goes up at the top, and Nonkuleko Tabete says, "Thank you very much." Plays a nice little pull shot again. And Kate, it goes back to saying about the amount of boundaries that have been hit square of the wicket. I think the Wanderers Stadium is one of those stadiums where a lot of boundaries, and if you go back to even SuperSport Park, a lot of boundaries are square of the wicket. So you want to get a little bit closer, and you want to make sure that you're a bit tighter on the stumps as well. And I think that's maybe one thing that they as a bowling unit could really zone into, particularly into the middle phases, as Delmi Tucker comes through yet again.
Straighter to start off from Delmi Tucker. It's a very good going. Good partnership building up here between Meso and Tabete. 31 runs so far. Going at a good rate at 5.3. It's again Karaba Meso coming down the wicket. Did look like Delmi Tucker did see her. Slowed it down a little bit. Almost hitting it back into the hands of Tucker. This time goes for a big sweep outside the off stump, but does not get back to it. Nonetheless, it will be a boundary. Was that a bottom edge?
Yeah, sneaky little bottom edge in there from young Karabo Meso. Yeah, and I don't think that's all that bad from Delmarie Tucker. As we look at this replay yet again, yeah, small little bottom edge, unlucky for Philander there. Big thing again, I think Delmi Tucker is also a big and a huge bowler for this Western Province side.
Get a single. Very important to do that after getting a boundary. Push it to a single, go to the other side.
Absolutely. Delmi Tucker has managed to take 6 sticks as well this week. As we have a look again, small little bottom edge. Yeah, definitely something in there. And a sneaky little nutmeg from into Philander's through Philander there. Delmi Tucker, Reineke have been the spin queens for this side. I think that's also going to be the big matchup for this Lions team, how they play the off spin.
Yeah, definitely thick outside edge this time around from Tabete. But only the single as the point comes around to collect. 1 ball to go into in the 16th over. 6 runs from it. So the Lions definitely keeping up with the run rate that they are on at the moment, going at 5.4 to the over. Hanging back this time from Karabo Meso. Oh, and a bit of a misfielding. Allows the ball to go into the boundary, that cow corner. Break. The DPY Lions on 90 for 1 after 16. Good partnership so far building up from Tabete and Meso. 41. Following up a partnership of 49.
As we have a look at this again, Cage, just have a look at that footwork. I think for me, that's the one thing that I'm admiring around all of that, in terms of how she's used the depth of her crease and how she's managed just to get on the inside and stay on top of that. Look at that.
That's a very important aspect that we speak about, because earlier on she was looking to come down the wicket, but she always has got this thing. She's got the forward press, and then from there decide I'm going to go down, or forward press and come back and hit it. And in that again, there was a forward press. As we just take a look at where we are at the moment with the bowling from Western Province. Leah Jones 4 overs, 1 for 24, getting the early breakthrough of Landsman in the power play. Mia Leila 3 overs, not for 25, just that 1 over going for 15 runs. Delmarie Tucker 5 overs, 425, and Tatum Luru 4-0 for 16. And with that, we'll take a drinks break, and we'll see you after 3 minutes. After that short drinks break, we're back. Tatum LaRue to continue from the golf course end. Last ball in the over that she balled went for 4 was a short ball. Tabete hooked to that deep square leg. Very interesting, you see the fielding positions also, because you've got a fine leg, but you also got a square leg behind square. It's got 2 fielders behind the square.
Definitely. I think there's been small little murmurs from the top. There's a lot of planning that's also happening. If you look at deep fine leg as well, the coaches are walking around, adding a little bit of value. I think that maybe they've spotted something in terms of patterns, and yeah, it should be interesting to see the next passage of play in terms of what's been the plan and what are they thinking. But from what I can see, it looks like they will be maybe attacking the stumps and a few short balls by the looks of stuff.
Another short ball. You just spoke about a few short balls hitting it, but there is protection on that fine leg. Bit of an untidy fielding allows them to come back to for 2.
Yeah, and again, I don't mind the odd short one, but I do think in this spell, yeah, Tatum has had a little bit more, caused a little bit more problems pitching the ball up on that 4th stump channel. You know, I know, as I said, this sort of wicket and playing up north in the high field, having that extra bit of bounce does give bowlers a little bit of false sense of security.
That's exactly what you spoke about. You just spoke about her hitting that length just outside the off stump, and look at what that brings. Not a wicket, but you can see that there is trouble that she brings every time she puts the ball there.
I think a game of cricket is also a game of patience, and I think T20 cricket has kind of taken that little bit away from us. As we have a look at this again, that 4th stump channel nipping away.
And after that also there was a slip that was put in, because you can see that there is something for you as a bowler to put up there. Sometimes you wonder if when the bowler bowls there is premeditated plans of certain batters. Because certainly wasn't looking to go short for Meso, was outside that off stump, but a bit shorter to Tabete. It's a very good ball. A little bit uncomfortable there for Meso.
There's that length again. I think definitely, I mean, lots of teams now are driven by stats, and there's a lot of, video analysis stuff that goes in, a lot of prep. So I definitely do think that there is something in there in terms of them trying to bowl that short ball, that odd short ball to Taveta. But when the conditions tell you that off stump and just in and around that off stump is causing a little bit of mayhem for the batters, surely you stick at it.
I think very importantly is that there's so many things that are available for players and the coaching staff in terms of, you know, all the games now being streamed, that you can do your homework about your teams and stuff. But you also don't want too much homework, in the sense of now you're playing according to the other team's strength rather than according to your strength as a team.
Absolutely. I think that's always big. That's very big. And conditions always dictate how you play, you know. And I think all of that gives you a reference point in terms of this is our plan A, plan B. But the biggest plan happens on the day in terms of conditions and who's flying on the day. As we have a look at another bowling change, Kayla Renike coming from the caller drive end, also an exciting prospect for South African cricket. Be running in as well from bowling a couple of offies, shown a lot of growth over the last couple of years. Also led the SA Under-19 side into the final. Again, lots and lots of talks around her potential. You know, and again, I think it's another player that in the not so distant future we'll be seeing donning the green and gold.
Are you giving us some inside info there, Bongani?
Way above my pay grade.
Reineke first up outside of some. These two will know each other very well. Mesa would have been keeping a lot of times when Reineke has been bowling. Would have batted with her. Would have been in the team with her a lot of times. Spent a lot of time together building up to that World Cup in Malaysia earlier this year. So no doubt that there is information that they will have against one another. Coming down the wicket, Meso just disappointed in the way that she hit it. But maybe not a bad thing with a long on there. Might have hit it straight in the hands, but that dropped shot.
I think there's definitely going to be a little bit of cat and mouse already. If you look at mid-wicket has come a lot straighter just in terms of them knowing each other. So, yeah, be a very fascinating battle over the next couple of balls.
Getting some good turn and bounce there, Reineke. But well handled by Tabete.
Yeah, and these sort of conditions up north here will give her will highlight certain parts of her strength in terms of the bounce part. Maybe might not get as much purchase as which she might get in Newlands, but definitely the bounce will be highlighted in this wicket here. As I say that again, showing good control, young Reineke. It's always a big thing as an off spinner is to have a little bit of accuracy, and the pace that you bowl at here up north will be always an interesting factor.
Ooh, good bounce there from Reineke.
Bounce is your friend as you move up north. Bounce is your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good again. Very, very good from these two. Just a quick one from your end. In terms of off-spin, what do you think is important to be a very successful off-spinner, particularly in our home conditions? It is a skill that we probably don't.
Oh, going for the sweep. That might find in trouble, but umpire Emige says that is not out. Looked like a good shout.
Looked like a very good shot, man. Very good shot.
Straight and full from Kayla Reineke, but we'll just have a look at that again.
Oh my word. I think the only thing that saves her is a little bit of bat, because at the end of the over, the umpire does not signal any leg byes, which means the umpire feels like there's a little bit of a scratch at it. Because if there's nothing on there, take that back as well, because the umpire does signal a little bit of a leg by into her.
Yeah, it looked like immediately she signaled that it hit her pad. Maybe because there was a bit of a bounce in the previous ball, might be thinking, might be going over.
Oh, it's really tough on the bowlers on that. Cricket is already a baddest game as it is. For a bowler to bowl a ball that good and not get the rewards for it, it's a tough old one. But Karabo Meso survives that one. And I think Kayla Reineke will be able to remind her of that back after this game to say, don't forget you've maybe got away with one.
Yeah, definitely. But both players will be looking to move on from that as quick as possible. And as we see that, there is a bowling change with Nosipo Vesi coming into the attack from the golf course end. After 18 overs, the DPY Lions on 98 for 1.
Vesi will challenge a totally different type of skill set to what Tatum LaRue challenged early on. Should be a lot more accurate, a lot more slower. So let's see what sort of game plans the girls come up with.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a different challenge. That this time, you're not just going to be able to push the ball into the gap for 4. You have to hit it if you want it to go to the boundary. Because Vesi is a little bit more gentle than LaRue. Oh, hanging back there, straight into the hands of that mid-on. As I said, need to hit it hard, not hard enough there from the bat of Tabete, just hanging back and a gentle hit to that mid-on. Second wicket down, 99 for 2.
Very soft wicket in my eyes, that KG, very, very soft. Again, just as the DP World Lions were building a bit of momentum, in comes Nosipo Vezi. And yeah, maybe a shot that Nonkuleko Tabete will not be proud of, looking back at the highlights package later on. But Nosipo Vezi brought in for exactly this, known to break partnerships. She runs in, second ball, extracts a little bit of bounce out of the Wanderers Stadium, Wanderers wicket, and caught at mid-on by Faye Tunnicliffe.
So take a look at that again. Bit of a forced shot. Was just outside that off stump, looking to hit it to the leg side. Tough to drag the ball around here.
Just again, as they were trying to build a little bit of momentum, they lose yet another wicket. Again, would be frustrating because this is maybe the time where you're trying to make a play now to say, let me try and actually enforce certain bits, and to lose a player that's probably gone on and faced 40 odd balls or 50 odd balls at such a soft manner, it's maybe not your greatest moment as a batting unit.
And with that, brings Jenna Evans into the attack. Batting attack, that is. Two decent partnerships, a 49 and a 50. Just need that one that goes for 100. Again, Vesey looks like she might be rolling her fingers around that one a little bit. And those skills are going to be very important. Yes, it is the high field where you expect the ball to just come through nicely with the pace and bounce. But if you do have those extra skills that you can do something different from what the opposition is expecting. Just piling on that, next to that line, the line we call the Mugabe line, not giving anything to the batter.
Yeah, Nosipo Vezi known for being able to bowl at a very good economy. Someone who's very accurate. She is, again, a big part of this bowling arsenal in terms of the Western Province, how they set their side up. And a lot of homework should have been done again from the DP World Lions side, because they do know that there is about 10 overs of maybe about 3.5s that is coming from Vezi. What sort of play do you make? You know, when you have got two in batters and she walks in, that's probably the ideal platform that you want. Now to go off and lose maybe a soft wicket.
Yeah, definitely, because the importance for the bowling team to pick up a wicket is that it's not just bringing a new batter into the wicket, but it's also changing the mindset of the batter that has been there for quite a bit, because now they feel that we just lost a batter that has been here for a while, so I can't be losing the wicket now again, while the other batters also setting themselves. And before you start getting back in the game.
Absolutely. As we look at the scorecard, Tabete 21 of 42. Madison had an entertaining 39 of 25. Karabo Meso still going 33 of 43. I think, again, this is going to be a crucial partnership with these two. The ability to run well between wickets and their ability to play spin is going to be tested here today.
Coming down the wicket once again, Karabo Meso does not need another invitation. Pressure for what? Hitting it over that long on. And that's another sixer from the bat of Karabo Meso.
It's an unbelievable cricket shot. I think the tone has been set for this over, and the tone has been set for this battle as well. Skipper, my skipper, it's not under 19 cricket. Have a look at this again. Quick feet, great swing through, holds the pose, and bang. Great little shot there from Karabo Meso.
This time allowing the ball to come to her. And I know how Kayla Reneke, she's quite a fighter also. She will not enjoy being hit for six by her teammate at all. Nicely placed into that mid wicket for a single, looking to come back for two. Very good running Very, very good running. It's given out.
Direct hit that. It's a direct hit. Sneaky little direct hit that. I think there might be a... Jenna might have just been short in terms of a grounding of her bat. It looked like she took a little bit of evasive action just before the line there. We will have a look at that yet again. But it's an unbelievable throw.
I say that caught me off guard a little bit. Looked like it was good running for most part. Very close there.
Tough call. Tough call again.
Just gonna have a look at that again. You always got a chance when you have a direct hit. Yeah. Just a bit short there. So very good decision from the umpire. Amy Gare hit that time around.
Again, it's an unbelievable pick up and throw. I think I do know we might be looking at the decision at the crease, but let's have a look at that pick up and release. The same motion, same movement. That is an unbelievable piece of work that from, I think it's Kelsey Adams there. Have a look at this movement here. Running in, one-handed pick up, on the move, release, and bang. Don't think the batting coach is going to be happy with that. Sandile Masangemi will not be happy with that running between the wickets.
Just continue. Once again, plugged into that mid wicket. This time will just be a single. Yeah, definitely. I think as a batting team, just lost a wicket not too long ago. And then again, a run out especially is the worst kind of dismissal that a coach wants. Of course, it's very small margins. If she goes through, it's good running. If she doesn't, unfortunately, that time around becomes a bad call.
It's not a bad call. It's called good fielding. As a fielding coach, that is an unbelievable moment for me. And that brings to the crease Sinalo Jafta. Again, also one of our returning Proteas. Be good to see if she can also knuckle down. It's a great little opportunity as well for her to contribute into this Lions a batting unit that's been needing a little bit of steel power right behind it.
Definitely, and with that brings an end to the 20th over. So we just take a look at that again.
Look at that pickup, scrumptious and release.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, it's still tight. Oh, it's still very tight. I'm calling that upstairs. That's an unbelievable call. First up from the umpire. She's well placed right there. So it's a great call from Miss Gear from that close. She was up nice and close and personal to the decision. So we'll go with her. One look and a straight decision right after that. As we welcome back David into the setup here. Davo, it's been an interesting second bit. I don't know what you've seen from up there.
Now we know that you're in the right job, because if you weren't excited by that piece of fielding, then I'm not quite sure. Got the fielding coach salivating. I thought if it wasn't your day to be on comms, boy, I think we would be missing out.
Absolutely. Great little moment that. I think it's probably one of the skills that get criticized the most but not celebrated the most. So I think every opportunity to really punt that, it's a great little opportunity. And particularly when girls go off and they do some unbelievable stuff like that.
Cut away off the back foot. There's protection out there in the deep. What have you made so far of the Lions' batting performance? To me, it seems like just as soon as they get the rub of the surface, then they seem to kind of throw their wickets away. It's been soft dismissals, really.
Absolutely. And I think it's also a tough thing to really swallow, because they're a batting unit that has really struggled this season. I mean, their batting challenges against the Dolphins, they were 84 for 4. Against SWD, 33 for 4. So to have been in a great position earlier on today, like a 99 for 1, and then you go off and you give 2 very soft dismissals, particularly in back-to-back overs. Something that Coach Sandile Masangeni will probably not be happy about, but it's a great opportunity. It's brought 2 Proteas again at the crease, so there'll be a great opportunity for them to really get stuck in today and really contribute towards this batting unit of the DP World Lions side.
KG was speaking a little bit earlier when Karabo Meso came to the wicket of how important this innings was for her. There's surely an argument, Coach, to be made for how important this is for Sinalo Jafta. And you'll know a little bit more about where she finds herself. Bat in hand has been a challenge this season, particularly at the very highest level. More to think about, more to discuss. 21 overs have been bowled. It's 108 for 3.
Yeah, Dave, I think you make a solid point there, but the message from the top has always been about coming down to domestic level and really putting performances out, so it's not really specifically made at these 2, but it's made for everyone. We've spoken about making sure that the quality of the domestic product is good, and when that's good, we know that we will always get the right quality at the top. So it's a really big innings for every Protea that's playing out today.
A wide one there to begin the over. In addition to that, Coach, you almost want to stand and speak with your chest, as the kids would say. Well defended, because yes, you have done enough to get selected, and yes, you've been consistent at that level, but the word doubt tends to creep in, even if there's nobody else saying it. As an individual, you want to put those performances together. Big shot, and Amy Gear gives it. Playing completely across the line there, looking to utilize bit of a vacant land out there on the leg side. Mersaw is frustrated with herself, and she should be. She's thrown it away, really. And the 4th wicket goes. It's 109 for 4.
Absolutely, and Kayla Reinicke has the last laugh out of this battle. Really, really not happy maybe with that short selection. A little bit more premeditation around that.
Yeah, just having a look at this one. She was adamant immediately when she was given out. She's frustrated. And it's only herself that she can blame with one of those.
Yeah, definitely knew that she had the twinkle on it because she was already walking off before she was stuck. And again, just have a look at this catch. I think I'm going to go off and blow my fielders today. Like, unbelievable catch that from young Philander at the back there. There is definitely a deviation.
It's good that she's able to make amends from the bye earlier that she conceded, but Meso disappointed with herself, and rightfully so. And that brings Sunit Fulyunlo to the crease. Experienced campaigner and such a crucial cog in this DP World Lions setup. Just having a look at how she went last season, and it was such an important one for her. In the air, but it'll fall safe, and the opportunity for a run out goes a begging. It's all drama here. She averaged 45 last season in this format, Bongani, and again she's put in a performance, 74 for 100 in that game at Oudtshoorn. Been such a vital cog for the DP World Lions. It's well played and immediately sets off. That's a horrendous bit of fielding. It's been a trend with the ground fielding today, and that'll trickle away to the boundary for 4. It's undone the work of Kayla Reinecker with fielding like that.
Absolutely not the greatest work from Oluseyo there. Again, also a player that prides herself as well in her fielding, in her contributions out in the middle. Particularly when you've got a team against the wall here and a new batter, the last thing that you want to do is maybe give soft runs like that. Yeah, just took her eyes off the ball, probably thinking about releasing before getting the ball into her hands.
Well, the instruction from the coaches will be one thing at a time. Much better there.
It's probably the perfect gift, wouldn't you like? Just to get off the mark just like that. From a strong position, 99 for 1, to finding yourself 113 for 4 with 2 new batters at the crease. Must be really frustrating for the DP World Lions.
It's played with some gusto. And it'll be a single to complete the over. 22 overs gone. Fulyun Low will retain the strike. 114 for 4. You said 99 for 1 is where the Lions were. 99 for 1.
As we take a look at that again, have a look at this again. I think for me, the biggest part around all of this, I always say angle trumps speed anytime. She's really tried to work hard towards what the ball is, but the angle in terms of which she wants to approach the ball, that's where everything just goes pear-shaped. So there's maybe a learning moment for her, is just to really try and make sure that you cut the angle. Angle always trumps speed at any point. The value of Nosipho Vezi is what actually has moved this game from being a 99 for 1 to where we find ourselves. This is the value of just having someone to be able just to hit that mark every single time. You know where the ball's going, and be able to set a simple and consistent field. That's the value of just consistency.
Such an important point you raised there, Coach, because you don't know what to do as a skipper when the bowlers aren't able to execute the plan that has been set out. Punched away off the back foot. That's a glorious stroke. All the time in the world on that one. And it goes away to the boundary for 4. Very welcome.
It's a classy shot that from Sinalo Chafta. Back foot punch, through extra cover. To get off the mark. Look at that. Great hands through the line that. Get off the mark with a back foot punch for 4. Either means that I'm scoring 100, or it's going to be a very good day. Either way, it's runs for days. And Vezi comes with a response just to that, coming back into that channel, a bit tight onto that off stump. And I think that's been the most dangerous ball. That ball that's just been a little bit tight on the stumps. I think they have been a little bit wider at the odd occasion, and they've been punished for that. They've been a bit shorter as well. They've been punished for that. But every single time they've come in a tight fuller, tad straighter, they've managed to cause the Lions batting unit a little bit of problems. As we have a look at that yet again.
Yeah, Vezi's doing a good job here. Yes, she gave away that boundary, but as you said, in her third over now, just the 7 runs conceded, and 5 of those in this over alone. And so the ability to tighten things up in the middle overs is vital.
Sorry, as she keeps going again, chipping out at it. I think again, a bowler like Vezi, for me, it's those players that you always need in a game where you know how do you want to shift the momentum. You want to make a team make a play early on.
In the air. So nearly was another wicket. Boy, it really rang aloud in our minds about the softest missiles. It was an opportunity. Is that an opportunity that's gone a begging, or is there a bump ball? Did I miss that just on the angle? We'll have a look at this one again.
Definitely an opportunity there. Definitely an opportunity. As we have a look at this replay yet again. Last ball of the over. We've lost a couple of overs. Maybe not such a responsible shot. to play. Tatum Leroux will not be happy with that effort. I think she could have given us a little bit more out of that. But more than anything, again, just the responsibility. I think that's one thing that we've spoken about in the Proteas change room around taking a little bit more responsibility when you're out in the middle. We've lost the DP World Lions would have lost a couple of wickets. And Sinalo Jafta knows that the next big thing is for her to really take a bit of responsibility.
That's guided away most elegantly, and a boundary for the DP World Lions. Just the timing on it was so good. She just waited, and then just got bat on ball, and it's gone to the boundary for 4.
I think just maybe a tad bit of room there. Look at that, just the line. Oh, it's unbelievable. Hands again. Good hands, good use of the crease. Good arm speed. And Sinalo Jafta has really worked in terms of her batting, particularly against spin off the back foot. She's been really, really good. Watched her over the last couple of months.
Played this away off that now famous back foot. Talk me through a little bit more of the mindset of where Sinalo is. She would be cognizant of the fact that she wants to do well with bat in hand, and as you said, she's done the hard yards to get to a position where she feels far more comfortable with bat in hand, and it's not necessarily a secondary skill, but one of her core traits. But what does it mean for a player coming almost back to this level, having been at the World Cup, having been in a World Cup final, the pressure that comes with here? Is this a let-off, or is there even more pressure at this level because there's an expectation to perform?
Yeah, Dave, I think like in any form of business, I mean, our currency here is runs, and she knows that she does need a few behind her name. I think it goes without saying in terms of any batter wants to contribute significantly, and she knows she probably hasn't put in the big performances that she would have liked herself. But that goes without saying, and I don't think this is a level down, but this is a great little opportunity, for you to go off and really try and put everything that you've been working hard at over the last 2 months to really come out here and put a performance out firstly for your team. And then, again, just to build a little bit of momentum for yourself into the Ireland series.
24 overs have been completed. It's 125 for 4. Jafta on 10 from 12. Fulyunlo 6 from 9. And a bit of a steadying period required here for the DP World Lions. They won the toss and decided they'll have a bat. And now the reality has set in that we've gotten a good start and allowed the Western Province side back into this game.
And I think something to really look at. I mean, I don't think there'll ever be a question around. I don't think there'll ever be the question around potential, but in terms of you being able to read the scenario, being aware of where the game is at, I think that's where the biggest challenge is, particularly for Sinalo. I mean, I don't think she's ever walked in and struggled to middle a ball, but the problem has been the amount of balls that she's faced. So she goes off and faces 25 balls before giving an opportunity away, and I think for her that's been maybe the biggest part that's been given to her, to say go out there and really average 80 balls in innings, because the scoring rate is not a problem for you. You've been able to hit fours, but it's about how many balls you're averaging per innings. That could really get better. If you're averaging 60 balls in innings,
very early call there from Jafta. Looking to rotate the strike, not wanting to get bogged down.
So look at that positioning again. High elbow, strokes right through the line of the ball to Mozmedov, quick single, in and out. But the hardest thing and the biggest part to watch today would be the amount of balls that she faces.
That's exceptionally well played. Just use the line and the pace of the delivery there to get that one away. And 4 runs for Sunette Fulyunlo.
Yeah, I think Vezi got a bit greedy there. Got a bit greedy out there. And yeah, came too close, too straight. Trinkles all the way down to fine leg for 4 runs. Not a greatest ball today. And I think I'm waiting and eagerly anticipating her to rectify that straight right away.
Umpire is just suggesting it took a little bit of a tickle of the hip on its way through. Good bit of work there. Quick hands behind the stump. Something that's got you impressed.
Really, really impressed again. I've watched her operate today and I think there's a lot out there. Have a look at the movement again there. Good movement that. Again, quick and sharp. Stays on the offside for as long as possible. Shuffles just down to the leg side.
Wicket keeping is really an art form. I know when I've had the opportunity to speak with guys like yourself and Mangaliso Mosehle, who's gotten a little bit more involved in the coaching side of things these days. When you see wicket keepers operate, smash this back at her. Boy, that one is going to sting. You almost immediately feel it in the kneecap there. It starts pulsing.
Yeah, and Centurion is known to hit a long ball. Yeah, ouch.
Wicket keepers, we'll come to the wicket keepers while she does get some treatment. I think she'll be okay. Maybe just a bit of the magic spray is required. Wicket keepers, when they are good, boy, is it something beautiful to behold. It really is. You look out at a vista or maybe a viewpoint. We've got a lovely one here at the DP World Wanderers, but when you see wicket keepers, it's just beautiful to see.
Absolutely, and that kind of sets the tone for the fielding side, doesn't it? Again, a good, neat wicket keeper who's got the good energy, drives. I mean, it's always the battery. I always say it's the battery of the side. A good little wicket keeper goes a long way in terms of a fielding unit. So just watching how young Philenda is operating, and I've watched her for a while now. Really been impressed with her hands, how quick her hands have been. Been really impressed with her positioning. Also been fortunate to spend a bit of time with her head coach, Claire de Blanche, on tour, and she hasn't stopped actually being on my ear about her. And yeah.
Singing praises.
Absolutely. And again, to have front row seats today to see it all and witness it all for myself, it's been, really, really good.
Speak a little bit more about, we just saw the scorecard come up on the screen there. To speak a little bit more about, you highlighted the fact that Sonalo Jafta, the amount of balls she faces is going to be crucial. But having a look at those scores thus far, Tabete with 21, Landsman with 39, Meso with 42. Where do you think they're missing the trick? Because they are getting starts. They're just not doing anything with it. And particularly when you know your side needs a massive score from someone. But, in one-day cricket, you almost want to say, you're missing out here. Lovely shot. Boy, oh boy. Off the back foot and smoked away. 4 runs and what a welcome to the over.
It's welcome to us yet again. Look at the footwork again, yeah. Look at the footwork and look at the shot again. There's no doubt that she's got the ability. Look at that. Quick feet. Again, stays on the inside. Hits through the offside. And delicious timing. Yeah. Showing class. Going back towards your comment, I think the biggest part is about just how
comes down the wicket, inside out, over the top. Doesn't get the timing completely perfect, but she'll get a single for it and looking to go after the spinners here. Good use of her feet.
Just that, Dave. I think just a little bit of awareness and understanding of just maybe one big partnership taking the game away. At the moment the ball's coming on and everyone who's walking out there feels like it's a good batting wicket.
Again, good use of the feet. Sunette Villian Low is really exceptional when she hits down the ground.
But often wickets like this require someone to go in there and really face 90, 110 balls. And that often is the difference, particularly in a very good wicket. It's not always that you're going to get a wicket this good and then go off and say people that face 40 balls on average and you end up on the winning side. You know, when you come back, yes, people often go back to the field, the wide, but it's often around how the wicket played and how many of our top 5, how many balls did they face. You know, so if they take a bit more responsibility in terms of taking it a bit more deep.
Oh dear, that looked like it could have produced something spectacular. Not to be the case.
Yeah, Kayla Reinicke again going around the wickets, using her street smarts again. Going to try and go a little bit across Jafta. Maybe induce a false shot there as we have a look again. Just, yeah, slides just across.
That was exceptional. Just rocked onto the back foot and spanked it away through a dive in vain. And now Sunalo Jafta really feels like she's got the rub of things. She moves to 20 and 1 ball remaining in the 26th.
Classy shot that. Classy shot. Again, use of the crease. As I said earlier on about her hanging back, you know, really playing spin off the back foot. She really displayed that today.
Yeah, it's one of those risks that when you do come right arm around the wicket to a right-handed batter, and if you do miss out with your length, she's going to punish you, and Jafta was onto that in a flash. Sensible response there from Jafta. That's the end of the over. 26 overs have been bowled, 141 for 4. Kochi, we're just after halfway, and I'd love to get your insight as to where you think this innings is for the DP World Lions.
One big partnership away from being a great batting innings, and a couple of breakthroughs from it being a great bowling innings from Western Province. I think for me, the biggest part, and this is where the key is, these two are the key. I think we know what Sunette Viljoen can do in the back end. The longer she's out there, the more dangerous it gets. And as I said to you earlier on, I think the challenge and maybe what's been staked out there for Jafta is for her to see if she can get out there and really face 80, 90 balls. Because again, look what she's striking at today. Looks like everything is coming off the middle of the bat. But the biggest part is that can you really form a partnership? Can you get an 8, 9, 10 over partnership, which is probably going to be the key today.
Lovely, lovely. The glorious stroke making from the Lions continues as Viljoen just waited for that one, helped it around the corner. There was no protection out there, and it was a matter of just watching the ball go away to the boundary for 4.
DP World Wanderers Stadium, known for its high boundary percentages, and the DP World Lions ladies doing exactly that. Look at that shot again. Sunette Viljoen just getting on the inside, helping it on its way with no fine leg, or deep square rather, and that's forced a fielding change.
Just to give you a bit of insight into the mind of Leah Jones here, when she knows that Sunette Viljoen is on strike, long on in place. She knows that Sunette prefers the straighter stroke. That's exactly why she's placed that fielder out there in the deep.
It's an interesting ploy from Western Province. I mean, I think the whole leg side is open. And again, as I said, probably 1 wicket away from really making a little bit more damage. Do you bring the field in and enforce the error, or do you go off and really hang on with it and say you're hoping that they make a mental error?
Oh, play with some force, but not able to pierce the gap. The question you've asked is an important one. I may have been slightly more adventurous and said, bring 1 or 2 fielders in. Immediately sets off. There's a shot at the non-strikers. Boy, a direct hit would have helped her cause there. Tatum LaRue was on it like a flash.
Good movements from Tatum LaRue there, and I think she probably will be disappointed in terms of missing all 3 stumps from that position right there. As you have a look at that again, quick to the ball, release, nice and quick. Oh, hits, and I think that's tickets for Jafta if she hits. Again, unbelievable fielding from them. Again, Western Province have shown a little bit of desperation over the last couple of minutes.
"27 overs have been completed, 147 for 4. I want to come back, if I can, Coach Bongani, just to speak a little bit more about whether or not you'd have an extra fielder in or not, force them to go over the top, maybe put them into a position, because the temptation is to say, okay, well, we'll push fielders out, let them take the ones, and then we'll kind of take them as they come. They're not exactly on 75 and 123, for example. They're in a position where once you've gotten a start, players are throwing their wickets away. So as a fielding captain, you might be tempted to say, hey, I'm going to put you under pressure until you get to a point where you've settled, and then you are able to kind of manipulate the field a little bit, because we've seen players get starts and then not really capitalize on. So maybe there's an opportunity to dismiss them in that period between 15 and 35.
Absolutely, David. And I think it's, I mean, we might say Leah Jones bring 1 extra fielder in, and then the next ball, Senara Jafta hits it straight to mid-off and gives her half a chance again, you know. But I certainly do feel like as a fielding captain, you probably are feeling, how can I create an opportunity, you know? And she probably feels that she doesn't have to do much, because the Lions are probably going out and giving opportunities every 2 or 3 balls, you know. But just as a captain, I would have probably brought mid-on, mid-off up, particularly because not much has been hit down the ground, you know. Maybe really force, with the keeper standing up, force the extra error down the ground.
Well, a return of Mia Leila from the call it drive end. Very expensive in her first 325 before she was removed from the bowling attack.
Yeah, no, maybe also a bit harsh to say she went around the park. Maybe she got Landsman got hold of her for 1 over, but she showed a lot of class, a lot of potential, and I'm really excited. Again, I always say when someone is 6 foot and a bit and bowling gas, it's an exciting prospect.
Played off the back foot for the single. The thing that encourages me, you've highlighted the height and the bounce that she gets. The action seems very fluid. The biomechanics of bowling are not easily understood.
Absolutely, and I think to be fair as well, that first set she did show a lot of accuracy around that. So
causing some problems.
Repeatable action, accurate, tall. I think for me, those are all makeups and characteristics of a good little athlete, you know. And again, I think over the next couple of years, watching how she goes about it and how she develops, it'll be interesting to see what sort of product we can get in a couple of years' time there. It's certainly exciting as she runs in yet again.
And I suspect the more that she'll play, the more she'll find herself in a position where she's able to learn and execute on surfaces across the country, because we know Oudtshoorn is not the same as the DP World Wanderers. We know that, you know, bowling in the Western Cape is very different to bowling at at the Dragons, for example. And so those lessons that she learns and being surrounded by the experience that she is, it's invaluable.
Can you wait until
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, just the demeanor that she carries herself with, I think that's also just as exciting for me. You know, just looking at a player, a young player, 17, 16, 17 years old, running in to open the bowling for your provincial team.
Cut away in front of square.
To open your bowling for your provincial team with the likes of Dene van Eyck in the side, Leah Jones in the side. I think it just shows again just the massive amount of belief they have in you and the potential that you also have. So it's an exciting period, I think, for her.
150 has come up at the end of 28 overs, and again we'll have a bit of a treatment for Sinalo Jafta. Not that she needs a treatment again, but again we're having a bit of an interruption here while she gets some treatment. I suspect it has something to do with the dive at the golf course end. Often batters when they do get out, or then they do get upset. Should be upset with herself, Madison Landsman. Just a slow ball bunted straight back at the Western Province captain.
And this was at an interesting period because she was really going well at that period.
And then Vezi came in and really upset things. It was a simple catch there for Tunnicliffe. And then this one was just an exceptional bit of fielding. First ball driven back up the park.
Yeah, I'd like to have a look at that fielding set yet again. I think Kelsey Adams would be super proud of that pickup and release. But again, maybe a bit of naughtiness from Jenna Evans in terms of just not doing the basics well in terms of running between the wickets.
This has just worked away to that vacant 45 region. Good pick up and return there from Layla. I think there's a temptation when you haven't yet gotten off the mark that you just want to get to the other end. And it was ultimately, as you mentioned, the undoing of Jenna Evans. Oh boy, wayward delivery and a bit of a goalkeeper parry onto the boundary there. A no ball and 4. Insult upon injury.
Yeah, not a great ball that from Vezi. Also not backed up by Lara Goodall at cow corner. Maybe not the greatest of efforts.
Absolutely hammered that one away, and I can understand why Goodall seemed like it was an uncomfortable one to manage. Free hit. Down the ground, in the air. Couple of bounces, and it goes away for 4. So she makes the most of that opportunity, does Netful Low. And it's somewhat unraveling here in this over for Nosipho Vezi. With those two putting 50 on the board.
Absolutely that. And these moments are small moments of momentum shifters, you know. Lions have got a bit of momentum in there. Back it again.
Played away onto the onside. There's a gap between the two fielders. It's another boundary. And it really is a struggle here for Nosipho Vezi.
Yeah, she hasn't been the same bowler since she's been struck on the knee there. Might be struggling to get over that front knee after being hit by Sinet Viljoen on that a couple of overs ago. Because she really hasn't been the same bowler. As we look at that, it's whacked onto the vacant cow area there.
Yeah, it's been an expensive enough over. I think Sinet Viljoen Low won't be upset with having to leave that one. Look at this one again. Too short. And she's pulled that masterfully.
Got a lot of power, doesn't she? Well hit.
Just works this away onto the onside. The problem for anybody batting with Sinet Viljoen Low is as you'll see, is not so much the risk of, having your legs taken out from under you as we end 29 overs, 165 for 4. Having a look at this, looks like there was a bit of a small collision there between the fields. But to come back to the point, if you're standing at the non-strikers end when Netful Yunlo is batting, the biggest risk is not that you get hit and hit painfully in the return shot. My concern is the more you watch Netful Yun run, by the time you've completed your first, she's turned around and come back and is almost, in a close enough proximity that she could probably hold your hand as you run the second. It's a good bit of bowling there. Under pressure in the previous over, and it's a good start here from the youngster.
Absolutely, Dave. And I think in her time in yellow or in gold, she has run out a few. So there is a thing going around in the change room in terms of when you're playing with her, you need to be vocal, be strong around what you need to be doing. But again, if you run that first one hard, it's very easy. Stay engaged in the shot, stay engaged in the play until the ball is in the keeper's hands. Then it becomes so much more easier. The problem comes when you throttle through for one.
Look at the way she runs. You can't unfortunately see it, but the way in which we will illustrate how quickly Netful Yunlo runs, it's incredible.
It is. We've spoken about the first rule of batting is run the first one hard, So, and she does exactly that.
She sprints every first run hard. There's no running. Her poor partner's just trying to get to the other side of 20 meters.
That comes on with, again, the pleasures of being as we have a look at that. Have a look at that.
It's off like a jackrabbit. Look at that.
Get out.
It's nearly halfway through her second when her partner is just starting to slow down through that first run. Good grief. It's just a different level of ownership, because I think it's something, it's a parlance that is spoken around South African coaching circles, is control the controllables. And that's such a perfect illustration of I'm controlling what I can. I can run the first one hard, and I can ensure that if my partner wants a second, I'm on. Miscued that one, and immediately knows the call.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think also with her background of being an Olympian, I think it also just goes off and shows you that, in terms of hard work, doing the simple things right, the discipline stuff. So be good in the small stuff, and I think the big moments will always take care of themselves. So I think she's just shown just a small fraction and a small thing that can go a really, really long way.
That's the over.
30 overs have been bowled. We're entering the final 20. 166 for 4. If we double at this stage, well, will it be enough? It'll be a question for us to ask KG in the next shift as Coach Bongani Ndaba makes way. Having a look at that dugout. Fake Howling next to come in. And an incredible strike rate in the 50-over competition. She's not only bowling at an economy of 3.44, but it's her batting that has really impressed. Wonderful strike rate so far as KG gets settled in next to me. 31st over to begin. This partnership now with 57. And they're going at 5.5 to the over. It's a return of the captain, Leah Jones, 4 overs, 1 for 24. And got the wicket that started things off for us.
The game has moved on, I would say, since the time being out of commentary. Yes, there's been wickets that have went down, but you just look at the partnership currently going of Sinalo Jafta and Netful Yunlo. two very busy batters, isn't it? It's not just about the boundaries that they've been getting, but also the running between the wickets, and that's the nature of their play. Going at 5.5 to the over. Just one there, Leah Jones getting it to bounce nicely.
She doesn't look happy. I don't know if she was signaling there to the dugout. That might be it. She came off earlier, KG, after the celebration of the wicket of Marissa Landsman, and she's bowled just 2 balls and said to the physio, I'm not in a comfortable position. It's a point in time where there's going to be some concern, not only for her, but for the national side. With that injury break, we're going to have a drink here in glorious sunshine, just for now, but things may change. We'll be back with you in just a short moment. The Division 2 knockout final. Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. It'll be live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. It is the Flex Brands Knights taking on the Eastern Cape Nyati. 1 o'clock tomorrow. Who are you backing here, KG? Who do you have your money on, so to speak, in the T20 knockout competition for Division 2?
Let's not speak about having money on anyone. I don't want anti-corruption to come after me. But I think
proverbial money.
But I think the way that it's been going in terms of you look at the team that has been most inconsistent will probably be the Knights. The experience that they also have, obviously, having been going into Division 1 and back. So I would think the Knights. I do favor the coach a little bit. JP Drichat also. Bit of a friend of mine.
So Kelsey Adams is going to have to finish this Leah Jones over. She goes off after undoing her hard work for getting the wicket. That's short and pulled away. There is protection down there, and does the job as required. Reminds me a little bit of Hassan Ali, also injured while celebrating. He did his neck that time, but it's such a silly thing almost when you look at it from an outsider's perspective. Short and pulled away again. Very comfortable off the back foot, these two. You know, if you're going to get injured, please let it not be because you were celebrating a wicket.
Look, in her defense, she just got hit for 3 boundaries in a row.
Release of frustration.
A release of frustration to say, look, I've got a national call up now. I got the hit for 3 boundaries in a row. Just got a big wicket here of Landsman that was looking to take the game away. So it's just one of those things, man. It happens.
It's tough. It's tough. Down the wicket and punched for a single. We spoke about it a little bit earlier as we end the 31st over 169 for 4. We spoke a little bit earlier about you win the toss, bat, and you got to do something with it. Ashes test number 1 done.
Under 2 days, eh? You know what the funny thing is, especially in the way that we go about things. It happens in a place like India, then it's because they're spinning too much. Then it's happening now in Australia where there's no spin. So what is it? Execution of skills? Because you look at that 4th innings with Trevor's Head scoring that quick fire 100 of 69 balls. And Babash Kakhni also getting that 49 of like 51 balls or so. Wasn't too much wrong with the pitch.
Much rather be watching Hollywoodbets Pro50 action. At least it lasts the length of the game. You don't feel like you're being shortchanged a little bit?
Yeah, it does look like it will go. If you just look at the way that the Lions have batted, yes, they lost that wicket off Evans a bit earlier, but everybody has contributed that has come to the crease.
How important is this passage of play as we head to the back end of the innings? 31 overs have been completed. We're in the 32nd, and Mia Layla, having struggled in her first couple of overs, only 4 runs conceded since her return to the attack. How important is this passage of play for Western Province, knowing that Leah Jones is now off injured?
It's going to be a very important one because somebody else is going to have to take that big responsibility. I'm thinking about a Tatum Leroux to come back into the attack to steady things a little bit, because it is a time where the Lions, who would say are going very well in their partnership, currently on 60 runs. You've got to feel that you don't want them to get to that 40th over without losing another wicket, because you still do have a fake howling as we just a bit quick run there between Sunet Falin Low, one of the most probably fittest player around in the women's cricket circuit. But I think it is about identifying the moments of the game and what you want to do. But the Lions will obviously be looking to transfer the pressure heavily onto Western Province, knowing that they are bowler short.
Yeah, I wonder if the thinking out there is, okay, DP World Lions got to get to that 40 over mark. Just have a look at this one again. Batting outside her crease. She's almost in the run before she's set off. And, well, it may have found her wanting if it got the direct hit.
This one hit to that cover sweeper from the bat of Jafta.
Coming back to that point as we end 32 overs, 171 for 4. The plan might be from the DP World Lions, get to over 40, 42 maybe, and then we're going to look to target your bowlers, because we want you to continuously change who has ball in hand. We know you're a player short, and captain on top of it. So what does that do to the stand-in captain in terms of decision-making and managing bowlers?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the tough thing, because what would have to happen now is that they have to buy a couple of overs from somebody that they didn't think would be bowling at this time of the game, especially looking at Adams. So yes, there will be a lot of pressure onto the Western Province as to how do they navigate through, not just the captain down, but senior bowler down. Just one hit to that deep square leg for a single. So I think both games or both teams will be looking to do something a little bit different in terms of the Lions transfer the pressure onto them, make them see that they are bowler short. Western Province will try to plug it before it's visible.
It's a full toss and worked away onto the onside. I'm going to ask the same question we ask at every broadcast. What is a score that the Lions will be satisfied with? 173 for 4, 1 ball remaining, or 3 balls rather. That'll get them a boundary. It's well played. She's played it well all day long. On the back foot, just swivels. And another 4 to Sinet Viljoen low. That's rather Jafta this time, my apologies. It takes her into the 30s. They've been so good at it, it almost just, they end up looking like one another.
Yeah, definitely. But to your question, I think they'll be disappointed with anything under 300.
Are you trying to say that because you want to set them up for disappointment when they don't hit the 300?
No.
I'm just seeing where your alliances lie here. Are we middle of the road or where do we stand?
I do think looking at where the game is, bowler shot, Western Province, captain shot, bowler shot. Very good partnership between two very experienced batters. 69 runs going so far from Jafta and Sinet Viljoen low. Still's got Faye Cowling in, 6 wickets in hand. And you know the old cliche, whatever that you've got in the 30th over, you look to double it into the 50th over. Currently on 178 in the 33rd over, going at 5.4 to the over. So just need to go at about 6.5, 6.4 to get to the 300 mark. So I think it will be something that they'll be looking at where they are at the moment and what they have to come and what Western Province also doesn't have.
Change of bowling from the caller drive-in, Delmi Tucker. Trying to put these bowlers under a bit of pressure. She comes round the wicket.
First up, just getting that white ball. Nice and loud call from Empire Emigere.
10 extras today, KG. 2 of them coming in the first over.
Once again, Jafta just looking to get... You can see the plan from Jafta here. Just looking to get a bit of bat on it. Down to that fine leg, but just getting too much bat. That's hitting it straight to that 45. Who's been moved now to bet straighter. And then back that time around, and that bit of grab created, hitting it down to that deep square leg for a single.
I might think if I was Tucker here that 2 batters in the 30s. Now's my time to strike. Just plays this down the ground. I suspect, having seen what else has manifested itself, is this my time to think I'm going to create an opportunity from the chance that I have?
Coming down the wicket once again from Sinalo Jafta, just opening her face, and she squeezes it past that extra cover. Long off doesn't get to it, and that's another boundary from the bat of Sinalo Jafta.
An exceptional bit of batting here from Sinalo Jafta. All important for her to do well, and she got the timing of that stroke down to perfection. The placement as well. A dive in vain out there in the deep.
Oh, a bit of an indecision there. Jeff Towers immediately going off, but fell in low. Early on saying, wait.
Clear communication. I think that's a credit must be given to Sunette Falun Low there, because she was concise and clear with what she expected from her partner.
That ball to end the 34th over. Let's see, is the DPY Lions on 185 for 4. And clear communication is very important, because how often do you see miscommunication because it's not called loud enough, but Falun Low was very confident in the call that she made, and equally so, because sometimes what happens is that you see a better saying no, but then moving forward, so you're not sure exactly which one it is.
Tatum LaRue, the new bowler from the golf course end. From Hoërskool Piet Potgieter. Making her debut in the 2010-11 season. Just having a look at where her field is. Fine leg third man and a deep mid wicket, as well as the cover sweeper. This is played out to square on the onside, so they get just the single for it. Will they come back for the second? The throw is there. And you're going to have to really be on top of your throwing in terms of accuracy and power with Sunette Falun Low to try and run her out.
Yeah, very fit player. Former Olympian, of course, for South Africa.
Medalist.
Not the youngest of player, but the fittest. Shows how disciplined she is about keeping herself nice and fit in the game.
This way.
And this is the face of the game that you would say
pulled onto the onside. Just the single available.
And this is the face of the game that you would say that the Lions will be loving this very much, because I don't think Western Province had planned for Tatum LaRue to be bowling at this time. According to them, it should have been Leah Jones and then Tatum coming back later on in the innings. But having lost Leah Jones to an injury, they are forced to change their game plan a bit.
Tidy behind that. 5.5 to the over. The partnership worth 79. And the question is, how will they manage themselves over the next 5 to 10 overs?
And there, one-hander there. Bit of a half chance, you would say. Say half chance because it was hit. Quite hard, had to dive to her peak of their innings. Yes, they have hit quite a few boundaries, but in terms of running between the wickets and constantly looking to be busy between the wickets.
And Tunnicliffe normally prides herself on being a live wire in the field.
And sometimes some of the things you speak about for Tunnicliffe, because the momentum is firmly on the side of the DPY line, so it's easy to just hang back a little bit and just feel like, or you're thinking too much about it, where we're going to get the next wicket, that when the opportunity comes, you're not fully ready for it.
The other thing to consider, KG, is we end 35 overs, 191 for 4. Have a look at this one again. Despairing dive. Rather than despairing, I think she genuinely had an opportunity and wasn't able to commit to that. Kayla Ranica the new bowler. And, well, Western Province are going to need a bit of magic here. Will Reyneke be the one to produce it for them? Was the captain in the World Cup in 2025 for the S-Under-19 side. Under 15 javelin champion at 14 years old. She threw 45.97 meters at 14. Goodness me. Wonder if her and Sunette Fulyunlo will have a conversation.
Oh, in the air from Jafta. Looks like it'll just bounce. Didn't get enough on it.
I suppose if Tasman Brits was a little bit closer, they could have a little powwow, a javelin powwow. Change in the field, long off going back for Fulyunlo. Cover is coming in, so long on, deep square, deep mid wicket.
Once again, another single, keeping the scoreboard ticking. Are going at 5.5 to the over.
KG, I've just noticed something. You've got a bowler coming right arm around the wicket. You've got a deep backward square. And I'm wondering if she gets her lines wrong here. A bit of a sweep shot or a paddle. Could be something to excite Jafta as they get through for two. Good placement there as well.
Yeah, definitely the margin of error becomes very small coming around the wickets, looking at how the field is, because there's a huge gap there between that looks like a fine or deep square leg behind square. Nakau corner, so there's big gap there mid-wicket.
The other thing to consider is when you are facing, as a right-handed batter, bowlers coming around the wicket, you generally tend to open your stance a little bit more, open the shoulder so that you can see the ball. And that then provides an opportunity to play that very fine sweep.
Doesn't need to go onto the leg side. Creates a gap on the offside. Sinalo Jafta. And that will run down to the third man boundary for a 4. Yet another one from Sinalo Jafta.
Bit of a delayed signal there from umpire Amy Gear. She was looking at her partner at square leg, but I don't know if he was going to be able to assist her. But that brings the lines to within 1. Let's have a look at this one again. Through the offside. Frantic chase there for Vezi.
Very well played there by Jafta, allowing the ball to come to her, hitting it as late as possible. Just an unlucky one. They did make a stop, but it rolled into the boundary. At the end of the 36th over, sees the DPY Lions move on to 199 for 4.
This partnership now in the 90s. And a decision of how to manage bowlers is going to be crucial here. 4 overs before that point in which you would think that these two would start to feel as though rather that they have some semblance of control in where this game ends up. As we've mentioned, Cowling can come in and hit a long ball, but the deeper they take it, the more freedom she will have when she does come to the wicket.
And equally for somebody like Sunette Fulyunlo, if she's there for a very long time, she's going to hit the ball a very long way. She's already going at a strike rate of 100. And you feel that if it gets into that 42nd, 43rd over, she'll have a bit more freedom to play her shots.
So everybody barring mid-on is out on the leg side. And now they are unsure of whether or not they should bring Tunnicliffe off the boundary. She does come into the ring now. So just third out on the offside and mid on in on the onside.
Of course, there's the difference between men and women's cricket. Can only have 4 out in women's cricket. And that's why a lot of times we see that in such a game, probably if it was a men's game, they'll probably be having a sweeper on the offside. And then you have to choose whether you're going to protect the one side of the wicket, which is exactly what they have done. Protect the boundaries on the leg side. Okay, there is a change now, with the third or the fine leg rather coming up into the circle and a sweeper going out on the offside. I suppose with such a field, you do allow for a bit of margin of error for both sides of the wicket. If you do give the width, then you do know that you do have a bit of a protection on the offside. That being the third man and also the cover sweeper boundary.
The very nature of one-day cricket is managing energy and ensuring that you keep a sharp mind, particularly when you feel as though the game is just dawdling. You have to be able to maintain that intensity.
Bit of work done here at DP World Wanderers. Obviously preparing for that 2027 World Cup. It's been happening a lot. SuperSport Park, Newlands, Wanderers putting lights up to be ready.
Change in the field, long on, long off, go back. And you've got a mid-wicket out there and a squarish cover. Straight to that long off. A lot of maintenance, not maintenance, it's really renovation that's being done as you've highlighted. Bit of tree felling on the golf course. It brings up the 200 for the DP World Lions. Partnership now 91.
Another single down to that long off. And we spoke a bit earlier about we had a partnership of a 49 and a 50. If you can just get that big partnership of 100, will really, really go a long way.
13 overs remain. Jafta on 46, Fulyunlo on 42. It is a hot day here in Johannesburg. The temptation is to say, well, make hay while the sun shines. But how much longer will it shine? We'll just have to wait and see. The forecast is looking a little bit better in terms of the rain. It looked a little bit earlier like it was going to be a real concern for us at about 2 o'clock, but it's mellowed out a lot better. That's what I love about weather prediction. You can be wrong and you're still okay.
And it's days like this that we celebrate somebody being wrong. There are some clouds just behind Collar Drive in, but wouldn't be too concerned about them at the moment.
Another wide signal there. That is the one that you would be worried about. Big cumulonimbus cloud there. Just behind us from our vantage point. But from the vantage point out there in the middle, it's a very good start to the over here for Rain. I almost suspect that there is something to come from her bowling.
Must say, if you just look at the last few overs, we obviously spoke about the Lions maybe looking at the 300 to be the mark they want to get to, but Western Province have kept a lead on it. It's still going at 5.4 to the over.
Short, hammered away. Tunnicliffe does the hard yards to cut that one off. And Fulunlo will only get one for it.
So there's definitely, I think, we worried about, or Western Province would have been worried about being a bowler less, but managed to keep things in check without the captain, Leah Jones. Still 5.4 to the over, or 5.5 to the over. However, the Lions will feel that if they can get to that 40th over without losing a wicket, then they'll be very much in front.
Oh dear. Dear, oh dear. The ground fielding at times has been exceptional. I mean, you're thinking about that run out, but there's been too many instances for my liking of knock-ons or the ball going through the legs. It just allows your opposition to add to that misery.
Too leg sided, but there is protection on that fine leg boundary. Bit of a misfall, but not able to go to it. And that also brings up the 50 for Sinalo Jafta. Very good batting, much needed innings here from Sinalo Jafta, coming back from international duty. Just ensuring that she gets the runs that the team ever so need.
It's a well-crafted half-century here from South Africa's wicketkeeper. Sinalo Jafta getting the runs as required for her side.
Once again, just down that leg side, trickling down to the fine leg boundary. You do not want to ball that line coming around the wickets. No protection on that short 45. Sunat Felin making use of that.
Also bringing up the 100 partnership for these two. It's something I highlighted earlier. I said it. There's no protection out there. Just a fine tickle. And it's a given boundary. 38 overs complete. 2-1-1 for 4. 102 partnership.
Tatum Leroux to continue with the bowling from the golf course end. I know how important it is for her to get a breakthrough here. They're the most experienced players in the team. Without the bowling of Leah Jones, she has to take that responsibility. Still the three fielders on the leg side patrolling the boundary, just the mid on up. Otherwise, everybody else on the boundary on the leg side. And oh, bit of an opportunity there, extra cover, dive into a right. That was a good effort put there. Might have done herself a bit of a mischief here.
I wonder if that's just a bit of hiding your face, because it was in the hands there and it's just popped out, I think, when she's landed. They haven't yet called for the physio. Now the physio's on the park. Just have a look at this one up close. Bangs it in there, swats it away. And I think she knows it's a dropped opportunity. There's the third one now for the day. Just Jafta too eager to play that one, sticking in the surface. And another wicket goes begging. You said there was a need for a breakthrough, and she's not gotten it. So a bit of frustration, a bit of delay here as we see some treatment.
Definitely a breakthrough is needed here.
The misery continues for Leah Jones. coming back on the park. She went off for an injury, puts her body on the line, drops the catch. But again, she really looks uncomfortable. Let's have a look at this one more time. Short, swatted at. Just the way she landed. I thought she was kind of just flattening herself out to say, oh dear, that was a bit frustrating or embarrassing that I dropped the ball. But she really looks like she's unhappy. Hands on the knees. The physio is just hanging out with her to say, talk to me. Where are you feeling the pain? Where are you struggling? Skipper decides she's going to tough it out. As ordered by KG. Fight through it.
This is where it becomes tough, isn't it? Knowing the team needs you. Knowing that you need to put your body on the line. Must I also find it very interesting that she's obviously struggling with that shoulder that she went off for, that she is in what I would call a busy area, being in those covers without a sweeper. There's going to be a lot of work that will be done there to dive around on all of that. So you ask yourself if maybe doesn't want to maybe protect herself, be in that mid-off, mid-on type of an area.
That is an exceptional bit of keeping there. Just catches the bottom half of the bat, wrong foots everybody, and a good bit of work there from Philander to get behind that one. Jaylee Philander from Fairmont High School in Port Elizabeth. Gqeberha. She was in that World Cup in Malaysia.
Up there, but Ogni Tatum Luru looks like she was interested in that. Not too much support. Just wonder also if the team feels a little bit flat with the way that the game is going. But if I'm Western Province, yes, we're not getting the wickets that we're looking to get, but they're still only going at that 5.5 to the over. So it's still very much in the game. And it just takes that one wicket. And the fact that also opportunities have been there, I want to call it maybe 50 or half chances or 70% chances, but there's been chances. So as Western Province, you've got to feel that you are still very much in the game. So again, hit down the wicket from Sunat Felilo for another single. I think that has been the most impressive part about these innings, is that rotated the strike regularly, the two batters. And you've got to feel that come the 42nd over or so, they'll be looking to break the shackles even more. Just fending it off there from Sinalo Jafta to end the 39th over. This is the DPY Lions on 2-1-3 for 4. Interesting numbers on the board. We've got a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4.
Yeah, just not in the order.
Luckily, you would say.
Well, it depends who you ask. If you're a Western Province fan, World Sports Betting Western Province, would say I'd love to have 1, 2, 3 for 4. But it is the DP World Lions that are 213 for 4. This partnership has been vital for them. It's Netful Low, 2 away from a half century. 104 they've put together. Change of end for Vezi. She's going to be coming from the caller to drive end. Thankfully, caller drive is still open. It was a bit of a challenge for you to get here this morning with all the G20 goings on.
Had to do a bit of sightseeing. The worst thing about it is that it's driving on to the N1. 3 minutes literally before joining onto the M1, closed.
Listen, you get to spend the day with us here at the DP World Wanderers. Nothing wrong with that.
Just another single from the bat of Sunat Felin Low. Got to feel that once she gets to that 50, she'll be looking to express herself even more. She's still got the desire to play for South Africa. She said on a number of occasions that she still feels that she can contribute to the national team.
From what I understand, she's the only medalist at an Olympic Games that has played national team cricket. In terms of her competitors with Olympic events and then national team, CB Fry, obscure name, played FA Cup, went to the Olympics, I believe, for long jump and represented England in cricket.
Another quick single. So you would say that she owes herself one.
I wouldn't say no to another round of Fullion Low at the national side. Why not?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, over the last 3-4 seasons, since she came back into the circuit, obviously started at the Titans, back at the Titans, and then came up to the Lions, and that's her 50 up. Sunat Felin Low getting a very well played 50. Steering the Lions to a very good total here. 50 just coming off their 54 balls.
You can just see with the joy in that celebration how much she loves playing for this side and how much she loves scoring runs. Really does relish every moment that she gets out there in the middle. Great passion for the game.
Coming down the wicket this time, Sinalo Jafta. There is a fielder at long on, but that very good fielding it looks like, but she might have just stepped on the boundary, allowing the ball to go for 6.
Well, the signal, as you said, is 6. Amy Gears signaled 6. And the over as well. So 40 overs gone. It's 222 for 4. I thought for just a half second that she may have kept that in the field. Have a look at this replay again. Down the crease, into the air. It was just that right foot that landed on the boundary cushion. Well, final 10 overs are about to get underway. I'm going to make way for the ever exceptional Coach Bongani Ndaba to take you through with KG to the interval.
Very interesting end to that over, which took the DP1 Lions to a double Nelson. So just take a look at that again. They might have felt that she got something in, but just stepped on that cushion with the right foot.
Unbelievable effort that. It's good to see the girls also getting a little bit agile on the field, throwing themselves around. I think as well our women's cricket standards also increasing. So it's unbelievable. That's very good to see.
White ball to start off from Amia Leila. Yeah, definitely. I think that's the one thing that you see a lot more and more happening. Seeing at the run out a little bit earlier of Adams. That one-handed pickup in the same motion. Direct hit. And anything less than a direct hit would have seen the better save. And now, yes, this past one just went for a 6, but there is good effort to try and keep the ball in. The single of the bat of Sinat Felin Low. Just ask yourself now, who takes the responsibility of moving the game even more forward? Similar strike rate from the two batters at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you take my batting coaching head on. I'm telling both of them to have a go until one is gone. You know, they faced more than enough. So
very good shot here from Senalo Jafta, opening her face, hitting it past that extra cover. That boundary that is needed by the DP World Lions, as we spoke about the target that they'll be looking to get at the end of these innings. Sinalo Jafta, the experienced Sinalo Jafta, taking it on here, putting the young bowler under pressure.
Absolutely. I think that is an unbelievable cricket shot that from Sinalo Jafta. With this field here, I would think that Layla will bowl a little bit more into the wicket because you got mid-on, mid-off up. And Jaffe is looking to be hard on anything that's a bit pitched up towards her. It's a good little comeback from the youngster there. KG, just in this bit, looking at it, let's play devil's advocate here. Let's say Jones doesn't bowl another over. How do you construct this? It's 9 overs after this. Does that mean Adams is going to have another go at some point?
She might, although she doesn't need to. If you look at Tatum has still got 2 overs to go. Vasey still got 7 overs to go. Or 3 overs to go, rather. And then, obviously, Mayalola also has got 3 overs to go. And then you've got your prime spinners, if you can call it that, with Kayla Reneke and Dalmi Taka.
So the only reason I'm asking that is to just having looked at how these two have operated.
And again from Sinalo Jafta, coming outside that off stump, opening up the leg side. Both the deep square leg and the fine leg up in the circle, hitting it in between them for yet another boundary from the bat of Sinalo Jafta. She will definitely be looking at that 100.
That is a great shot that from Jafta, showing innovation, moving nice and early. And again, showing the youngster all the stumps behind her, knowing all well that the field is up on the leg side. Tickles it over 4 runs. Great shot.
This time on the offside, there is protection on the sweeper boundary. Probably a question then that I would ask when we're speaking about Leah Jones is, if she's on the field, then she should be bowling. Because then why do you want to be on the field, risk obviously having to throw because it's a shoulder problem that you seem to be carrying? And if you're going to be on the field, then it means that you should be happy enough to bowl.
Yeah. I think the hardest thing, again, just maybe having a little bit of a run-in with her before. It's just the type of character that she is. She wants to lead from the front as the team leader as well. So she knows she probably cannot add maybe value in terms of the bowling bits, but to maybe pass on the bunk in terms of responsibility of the captaincy. That's probably been maybe the driving force behind it. Her decision being on the field yet again. But I totally understand in terms of if you're on the field, surely you're able to probably bowl. But more than anything, I mean, I think Ben Stokes has been on the field just as a batter as well. So all these things that our ladies are watching, and they've been inspirational leaders. So this is probably a moment for her where she feels her side needs her out there on the park to make those big calls and big decisions.
It's again from Sinalo Jafta just coming down. And an unusual field that they have on the offside and the boundary here, because it's like the between deep extra cover and deep and long off, almost cutting an area that they've identified that Sinalo Jafta likes hitting.
Yes, definitely. And also it goes to play on Vezi's pace as well.
Bit of a shot, but look, definitely is going down.
Yeah, I think because of her pace, it's probably maybe very difficult for you to play a cut shot against her. So they know that anything square of the wicket on the offside will be very difficult in order to access and build a bit of pace. As you look at this, yeah, sliding down leg. But again, the dot ball at this time is gold, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think they need to build up a lot more of those, Western Province. And this time from Sunette Felyun doesn't get the bat that she's looking for.
Yeah, Cage, I'm going back to that question that you asked earlier on about who goes. And again, as I said, I'm probably adamant that both of them go until one of them goes out, because it almost means, I mean, both of them have faced kind of 60, 70 odd balls each. And as I say that, quick hands at the back there. Philander showing again her class. Jafta goes for a brilliant 68 of 71.
Yeah, very good batting from Sinalo Jafta there. I suppose, coach, you said they must go. You didn't say where they must go. Good hands, fast hands there behind by Philander.
Swift work, swift work.
No chance for Jafta to make it back whatsoever. And that is the importance, isn't it, of having a keeper with good hands behind, that when that opportunity comes, you take it, and that's exactly what happened that time around.
Absolutely, showing her class, showing her brilliance out there, young Jaylee Philander. Again, lots been spoken, and it's fantastic to have front row seats and watching her operate today. I think she's shown a lot of maturity for a 17, 16-year-old as well. And yeah, I'm really excited. It's also nice to say to a wicketkeeper, South African Protea wicketkeeper, to say, just know that I'm right behind you.
Playing against two of them.
And she's caught both of them. One caught, one stumped. So she's definitely making a statement, definitely screaming.
Now she just needs to score 70 runs.
She's going to need to throw in a little bit more. I think the coach would love a little bit more than that, isn't it?
Now then, brings Faye Cowling to the crease. Game set up for the type of player that she is. 8 overs to go. Can really take it on. Do both of them still go?
This is when that question has to come in now. You know?
Almost an opportunity there, first up from Faye Cowling. Just hitting it over the head of Vezi.
Yeah, no. It'll be a very interesting passage of play, because again, you're looking at what is the minimum score here in terms of the pass score. Just games, women's games in the past year at the Wanderers, I think 280 has been successfully chased, 240 odd has been successfully chased as well. As we look at this replay, hit quite hard. I think Vezi would like a couple extra inches up there for it to be able to reach that. But yeah, I think just generally, as maybe a school of thumb for me, just if I was the batting coach, it would have been about trying to maximize that, particularly where we were. And then now it's about making better decisions now to say, okay, what do we think we can do? What is the smartest thing to do? But while you have two batters that are in, why not maybe move the slog overs a little bit earlier as well? You know, so they could have had 10 overs of maybe a good go.
Oh, this time back into the hands of Mea Leila. Faye Cowling doesn't hit it high enough this time around. Easy enough, cotton balled. One of the easiest cotton balled catches that you will get.
Absolutely, Cage. One brings two here. Young Leila showing again. Oh, that was hit quite hard, eh? That was hit quite hard. That is actually an impressive catch, that. As we look at this replay yet again. Bang. Oh, I'd be proud of that, Cash.
Yeah, especially in the follow-through. They're always difficult when you have to think about following through. But Faye Cowling departs the wicket. The second ball, looking to go straight again. This time doesn't get the elevation that she was looking for. That brings another wicket and brings the experienced T20 captain of the DP World Lions, Raisibe Ntozake, to the wicket.
Absolutely, another Protea as well in the making. So again, it would be good to see and interesting to see how do they play around all of this. Again, one wicket brings two here. Ideally, probably the Lions would have liked maybe a partnership of about 6 or 7 overs between two set batters. But where they find themselves now, they're going to have to make a different play as the WSB Western Province makes a comeback.
First up from Ntozake, past that mid point rather for a single. I think this is the part of the game also where we spoke about why not go a bit earlier. Maybe there are are being afraid of going earlier and then bringing a cluster of wickets. But also the coach will be looking on the other side also, because I think one of the things the coach say, you've gotten there, take it deep, finish it off.
Absolutely. As we watch Sunay Viljoen hit that through extra cover for one, I think she'll be the key now. She becomes the key. And I think it's just going to be about taking responsibility. That's going to be the biggest part now. You know, you made a play, and now it's just about adapting now where you are.
Good bet here from Tozake, just not finding the gap.
It's an interesting stop as well from Leah Jones, who's already had a couple of run-ins with the ball today. I think she decided to use her feet on that ball now. So the physio's got a lot of work for later on.
She has decided that she's putting her body on the line throughout the entire day today. Straighter this time, a quick single once again. Pressure being put onto the field inside.
Yeah, I'm just having a look earlier on the stats in general, just the WSB catching efficiency stats. I mean, I think they're sitting on about the 55% effective catching for the season. And I think there's a side that should be a little bit better than that. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely looking all the talent that they've got on the field, that they should be grabbing a bit more catches than what they are. Sometimes, obviously, when people see it, might see it as criticism, but it is that type of a thing that when people know your ability, you have to live up to those abilities.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, because it's probably one skill maybe in South Africa we probably don't practice as much as what we probably should. But in terms of maybe the type of catches maybe they've put down, I think that's something that the coach will probably go in and maybe have had a conversation with them around that. Because I've always spoken about if you put catches down under pressure, it reveals a certain type of character in terms of team that we are. You know, as we look at Vezi again running in.
I'm sure with where you are, you would like the domestic level to ease the little bit pressure of you. Down the ground from Sunay Viljoen low, but there is protection. Very straight, long on here from Western Province.
Definitely. It looks like they've done their homework. Very straight, probably for a certain reason. Yeah, I think we also are guilty of putting a couple down in the World Cup. But again, as I said, it's the what time or what portion of the game it is, you know. And
just out there off stump, thick outside edge.
Scamper through for a single. Yeah, and it was always the big moments, man. You know, and again, I've always said, like, what type of team do we want to be under pressure? You know, and it revealed a couple of things for us, and a couple of things for us to come back and really just work at, and also maybe just give to.
Once again, hit down the ground from Sunay Viljoen low for another single.
Yeah, and just give a bit of feedback just to our system in terms of, you know, it's all fair and well to talk about catches win matches or drop catches and this and that as we look at this replay again. But it's about when it happens. Is there a pattern? Is it maybe when it's later on in the game, you know, or the middle phase where maybe the girls have been out there for a long time? Just so that we're able to pick up if there is a pattern for us to maybe try and address the skill. Because I do know at the back end now, when it's pressure moments, most teams do take most of their catches because they know it's coming. But it's that middle period where it's almost like a dead time where people are no longer switched on. And that could prove costly.
Yeah, definitely. I think let's just speak about at the end of the 44th over with the Lions 243 for 6. As you speak about the what is happening, there needs to be the why and the what. And that makes it easier for you now to identify what you need to work on. Because it's easy for people to just come back and say that there's been a lot of drop catches, but then you need to find out the why and like you say, identify what moments in the game. Of course, it will be difficult if it's everything holistically, but more times than not, there is a pattern.
Young Layla's holding her nerve, yeah. Bowling all the hard overs yet again today. I think she's been up front and bowled in all three phases, and she's shown a lot of maturity for her age. Showed a lot of control as well. And yeah, there is a lot to like about her.
Just going across the line that time around from Ntozake. But only managing to get a single. Sunat Falulo was looking to come back for 2. Yeah, I think she's a very exciting bowler, Mia Leila, the way that she's been going about her business. Got a bit of a tap in a third over. Was taken out of the attack. Spin back. Picked up a wicket, a caught and a bowled. But it just, besides just looking at the stats and what she's doing on the stats, just looking at her running in, she just looks like a great deal. Very good athlete. She's got everything gathered together as she's running up to the wicket. She's got a strong approach into the crease, and you can see that the ball does come through after she's bowled it. So very good prospect here.
Absolutely, Cage, absolutely. I think we talk a lot about athletic profile, and I think she ticks a lot of boxes here. You know, it must be a dream for any SNC to work with.
Very quick single there. An opportunity for a run out and a direct hit. That is a save. How hard was that throw? That stump broke.
Yeah, no. Again, I think that's a steal of a single in the ring. But again, movement, good power. It's actually good as well. Good movement as well. It's a good judge of a single. Unbelievable throw that. Faye Cowlin showing her muscles off there. Maybe no longer a bowler, so this is a great opportunity for her to claim that she's got a stump for a fiver. Breaking it with her arm. But I don't know if we're able as well just to have a look at that replay in terms of the pickup and the release again. I'm really fascinated in how far our women's game has moved. You know, I mean, look at that again. Look at the approach, pickup, swivel. It's one movement. You know, yes, you probably don't want to give away the single in the ring, but there's a lot to really be excited about, because you can see how all franchise and domestic teams are working hard, because they can actually see that this is an opportunity or a phase in women's cricket at the moment that we can really make a propel and be better at.
Just a bit of a stat, first 3 overs. Leila went for 26 in the first 3 overs. The next 5.3 overs has picked up a wicket and just went for 22. So it speaks about what we are saying a bit earlier on, that given the opportunity to come back, which is exactly what has happened, she's come back and she's repaid the faith in her. As we just take a look at the betting card so far. And now look at Tabete a little bit earlier on. Had two good partnerships, back-to-back partnerships of 49 and 51. Getting the 21 of 42. Madison Landsman had a good start to her innings. The 9 of 25. Karabo Meso also started very well until she was caught behind by Philander, 45 for 52. Jenna Evans didn't spend too much time. A run out. Very good throw from Adams. Not a force. And Alo Jafta just departed a couple of overs ago, 68 of 72, after being involved in a 108 partnership with Sunat Felinlo. Sunat Felinlo still going, 57 of 64. Faye Cowling just lasted for 2 balls. Cotton ball by Mia Leila, 1 of 2. And then Raisi Bentozake currently at the wicket with Sunat Felinlo, looking to rebuild and finish off this innings strongly for the DP World Lions. Outside the off stump, hitting it over that cover, but there is protection at the boundary. Will just be a single.
Yeah, again, bowling to a field. I've been apart from that 1 over that Landsman got hold of her and hit a square of the wicket, I've been pretty impressed in terms of where she's been hit. I mean, she's got a field with a sweeper out and a car corner out, and she looks like she's got the control and the understanding.
Quick single once again from Tozake. We spoke a little bit earlier on about the target being that 300 mark. Might fall short a little bit with the Western Province. Will be happy about how things are going. Have kept it steady throughout. 247 for 6 currently. DPY Lions, 5 overs to go. Sunat Felion Low has been there. 58 of 65. She has to take it on.
I definitely think so. I think we will see a play being made in the next couple of overs. And again, I do think there is a quite, not as small a side, but definitely the leg side boundary looks a little bit shorter today on this side, particularly from the caller drive end.
Oh, big heave from Ntozake, but opportunity onto the bowler's end, but nothing of that. It does look like Western Province are going, trying to go quickly through their overs. It's a very good line to bowl. That Mugabe line spoke about a bit earlier, not giving anything to the batter.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's. I do think now that probably that it's going to be about getting Falun low on strike. I think that's going to be the simple message.
But Ntozake, oh, fell short. Fell short there. That shot, third man.
Oluhle Sio there, valiant effort. As we look at this again.
Doesn't look like Ntozake is looking to get singles. She's looking to go hard also. As you said, go from both sides. Low, looking to go across the line, and that's another stumping from Philander. Good hands once again. Very quickly into the hands and onto the stumps from Philander. So Natfalion Low looking to go across the line there for a full one. Doesn't get any bat on it. Probably just slid outside her crease there. But Philander was there to pick up the pieces.
Again, unbelievable work from the keeper. First, look at it. Look how quick those hands are. But the first point is just to talk about where the line is in terms of Vezi. I mean, look at the line. The line is just a touch outside. You know you've got a short boundary. Oh, it's quick hands. Unbelievable quick hands. You know you've got a short boundary on the leg side. Bowl the touch a little bit outside off stump. Make it a little bit difficult for Sunet Falun to access the leg side, and the keeper does the rest. Keeping like a seasoned campaigner. Unbelievable work today from the keeper.
Definitely taking stocks here for the Proteas. And that's what's so great about this competition, especially now with Hollywoodbets coming onto the shows, making it a professional setup for women's cricket. You could see the great talent of your Philander. Spoke about Leila on the other side bowling. Straight up and looking to push just the single.
Yeah, that's brought the captain Khomotso Rapo to the crease as well. And I mean, if I remember as well, she's got a little bit of dynamic shots inside of her. She's got a bit of power, a little bit of finesse. So game is set, and I think she's probably going to be looking to make a contribution as well. Also has had a quiet season in terms of the bat. Returns have not been as great, particularly for the potential that she's shown before. She's also a player that's gone off on the SA emerging sides. So I'm definitely sure with 4 overs to go, she definitely knows that there's an opportunity for her to hit a couple of balls over the boundary.
Yeah, definitely. 2 captains on the crease here. I think the Western Province might be a little bit under pressure. 12 minutes they've got left to bowl the 4 overs. That might explain why they've got a spinner, Delmarie Taka. Tatum Leroux does still have 2 overs in her. Maya Leila has got the 1. They do need 1 over from someone. Quick single once again onto that leg side.
Yeah, I think it probably is a combination of that, and also maybe not such a bad thing with the leg side field being a little bit larger, and maybe not your two biggest hitters. Probably the captain waited a bit long to make sure that Sunette Viljoen was at the crease there before he could bowl off spinner.
Yeah, definitely, especially looking at they do need to get 1 over from someone. Only 3 overs left from the seam bowlers. 4 overs to go. So if Dalmy can just go quickly through this one. And a sweep shot, as you said, not enough power. Just landing for a single. They will be needing those boundaries. So at this point in time, I think Western Province will be looking that we can keep them down under 280. It'll be a good effort from where the game was about 10 overs ago.
Definitely. I think they fought back nicely. They're a team that prides itself in terms of playing well in the big moments. And I think today, over the last 6.4 overs, they've really done well.
It's again hit into the air, into the long off boundary, just for a single. There is protection on the boundary, the long off. Very quickly through the over, just 2 minutes in, 1 ball to go. Once again, down the ground to that long on for a single. Very good fielding.
It's good movement that from Leah Jones. For a person who got a little bit of a sneaky shoulder, who's not bowling. Quick release as well. That brings to the end of the over 253 for 7 after 47. For a person with a shoulder who's not bowling enough for her to release as well. Makes me wonder.
Another spin bowler into the attack, Kayla Reinecker, coming from the collar drive end. I think time is probably just playing a big factor. Looking at Kayla Reinecker, has already went for 15 and 7 overs. Tatum Leroux has bowled 8 overs, not for 30. Leila, 9 overs, 1 for 50. So I think time is definitely the big factor here.
Yeah, and I think it plays well with them because of the two batters not probably known for hitting big sixes. You know, chip down to long on. Oh, Laura Goodall there, not helping a bowler out there. I definitely think that was an opportunity that.
Again, plugged into that leg side, just for a single.
Yeah, I think the focus is just down around to about getting through the overs and forgetting about executing the small things again, you know.
Like you say, I mean, yes, they might be pressed against the time, but it's not the West 2 batters to be bowling spin to, even with a shorter boundary.
Absolutely, and I think tactically they probably got it right, or it's worked out for them.
And as you say that, and Tozaki just goes down. Good fielding from Adams, protecting the boundary there on the deep square leg.
Absolutely, she found a way. She found a way there. It looked for all money for me, and yeah, and in the process, Ntozaki has lost her bet. Probably thinking it was going to go all the way for 4.
Yeah, had a good hit to it, but Adams just coming across. This time straight down, got a hand to it, but Rapport was in her crease, and that ends the 48th over. This is the DPY Lions move on to 259 for 7.
Yeah, the spin ploy hasn't been too plus in terms of this last 10 overs.
Again, looking to come down Rapport, but that will be just a single. Oh, my opportunity for a 2. Sloppy. Bit of sloppy fielding there from Western Province. That should have been a single. Still Mitaka ran after that and just stopped.
Absolutely. I think it was just a sloppy moment.
Quicker through the going up for a caught behind, but not too much support coming from the rest of the teammates.
And Cage, this is a game of small margins. I think those couple of runs, that one run might come back to bite them later on.
Ooh. Had to adjust a little bit there. Nearly walked past that one. Yeah, it is those small moments that at the end of the day you look, there's a couple of balls that were hit straight to fielders and the boundary, but they went through them for a boundary. You might feel that you've leaked about 25 runs in the field. Tozake looking to go over, does not get the elevation she's looking for. Straight down the throat for yet another wicket at the cover.
Dominic Tucker with the magic hand. She normally bowls in the power play, so she's normally used to bowling these tough overs as well in the T20. So not maybe unfamiliar territory for her to be closing up. As we look at this again, bowled hard into the wicket. Tozake tries to go over long on and miscues it all the way towards extra cover. Simple catch for Tatum Leroux.
It is what we spoke about earlier. The power will be required, especially with the spin bowlers, because now you need to use a lot more effort in order to get the ball to the boundary. But that just ended up being a miscue.
With that, it brings Ayabonga Kaka to the crease. And again, an enthusiast when it comes to batting. She loves her batting. I think at the World Cup, I must have thrown quite thousands and thousands of balls towards her. So, great opportunity for her to also get out here, show a little bit of skill. 8 balls to go. Probably will be looking for a couple of boundaries here, just to make sure that there's an extra bit of buffer for her to look after in terms to defend later on when she comes into bowl.
First up, just to Mia Leila at extra cover. She did play very important innings at the World Cup, Ayabonga Kaka. The team needed somebody to stick there.
Yes, remember that quite well. We needed that because Nadine went off there and she did what she had to do. I think at the end of the game, she did get a sneaky little medal from us from scoring the most important 1 run. That takes me back to that 4-3-8 game with Makaya. And yeah, she must have bought the class to Mr. Kukune. Had put in a lot of work because we did know that, there's going to be some close games where you're going to need a little bit of character. And it was good to see back-to-back games from Ayabonga first and then Masabata the following game, showing a little bit more mental, So yeah, I think she is looking forward to this moment. Hopefully bangs a couple over.
Quickly to that cow corner, coming back for the second. Very good running. Good running there from Ayabonga Kaka. Was always 2 from when she set off. Gone are the days where you've got genuine tailenders.
The game doesn't allow you to.
In the air, but it looks like it will drop short. Drops short of that cow corner from Rapo. That brings Ayabonga Kaka onto the strike.
And yeah, just interestingly enough, I've watched, and it's been something that's been on my head, how the Western Province fielders have started getting off the boundary, which has taken them a couple of balls.
Ayabonga Kaka hitting it straight down. Reneke did get a hand to it, but it's still able to get a single.
Yeah, and it's taken them a couple of balls, but this might also save them a couple more runs, I think it's just small things like being able to identify if the player can hit a 6, are they able to hit it in front of you, or the threat is the 2.
Bit slower there from Reineke, but down the leg, white ball. Definitely not what they need to be doing at the moment.
I think the Lions will be looking just for a little bit of momentum. Any boundary here gives them that little bit.
Another single. Hit to the cow corner. Just 2 balls to go in this innings. Prepare for the question, who would be the happier of the 2?
I think runs on the board with the Lions type of bowling attack. I think they'll really back themselves in terms of being able to put about a 270 to 271 hopefully after this.
And just over that extra cover. Not enough on it from Ayabonga Kaka. Just the 2 runs. 1 ball to go. Oh, end of innings. Actually, 268, 270 for 8 rather. The Lions end their innings on 270 for 8. Very good score on the board, as you say. Might be disappointed not to get to the 300, but 270 is a lot of runs. Will be a challenging task here for the Western Province. As we just take a look at the summary of the game so far, Nalo Jafta top scoring 68 of 72. Sinet Felil getting the 58 of 66. Karaba Meso, the other wicket keeper, 42 of 52. Madison Landsman getting a good start in the innings, 39 from Duster to 25. Nasipo Vesi being the pick of the bowlers for the Western Province, 3 for 52 in head 10. Delmarie Taka, 1 for 39 from 8. Mia Leila, 1 for 50 from 9. I think she bowled better than what the stats say there. Leah Jones, 1 for 24, 4.2. Only being allowed to bowl the 4.2 because of a shoulder injury. So good game we have on our hands here, Bongani.
Definitely a good game that we have. I think it's been a fairly good display in terms of from both sides. In that first half, I think both sides had moments where they were on top and maybe didn't really capitalize as much. But yeah, I think 270 on the board with the bowling attack from the Lions. I would probably be happier being on that side, particularly looking at the WSB batting lineup without Danae van Niekerk, who's also been prolific for them. Yes, Faye Tunnicliffe and Laura Goodall will be the key cornerstones, but she's been one of the standouts in terms of contribution in that batting bit. So Ayabonga Kaka, Tumi Sikukune added into that bowling attack together with the spin queens and Tozake and Rapo. I think 270 will probably, there'll be a happy change room, but they'll know that they probably left about 20, 30 odd out there.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Lions will look that we've got the bowling attack to defend that 270. Equally, the Western Province will feel that we've got the batting attack. When you spoke about Lara Goodall, Faye Tunnicliffe, the captain Leah Jones, we've got Kayla Reinecke also. So it's going to be an interesting chase. And with that, that is it from us from the first half of the game. With the DP1 Lions ending their innings on 270 for 8. We will see you after 25 minutes.
Welcome back to the DP World Wanderers. It is Hollywoodbets Pro50 action. A glorious Saturday. We've been spoiled with good weather after quite a wet week. Hi everybody, my name is David Midgley alongside Coach Fantastic, Bongani Ndaba. The DP World Lions won the toss earlier today. Decided that they would have a bat first. And a 270 for 8 is where they finished in their 50 overs. Sanala Jafta with 68 from 72. Sunet Fulun Low, part of a wonderful partnership with 58 to her name. And it's a difficult sort of journey for the Western Province ladies. They got wickets consistently and then they really struggled in those middle overs. And joining me for the first stint, Bongani Ndaba. Good afternoon and welcome back.
Good day, Davido. Hope you're good. Yeah, I think you've summed it up nicely, mate. I think there was also that portion where they put a couple down. And yeah, that's probably why the DP World Lions find themselves where they are. 270 runs to defend at DP World Wanderers Stadium. I think it poses its own challenge in terms of being not such a great defending ground. But I think the game will be made in this first 10 overs. I think it will be a power play game, particularly with Sikukuni and Ayabonga Kaka. I think the game will know where the game is leaning towards after this power play.
An interesting place where the DP World Lions find themselves, the home side, 5th on the log. Very different to where their fortunes were last year. Yes, a bit of a disconnected season, but a real opportunity for them to come out on top. Western Province have had all the aces in their hand when it has come to batting this season. Will they be able to do the job? Kaka, first ball. Oh, squared her up there. Lovely way to start to Laura Goodall, who's back in the mix with the national side.
Yeah, Lara's coming off a couple of good performances as well. I think just before we went to the World Cup as well, played a great little camp. I had a couple of nice medals as well there in the lead up to that. So I'm really looking forward to working and connecting with her over the next couple of weeks or so.
Good all included in that one-day squad to take on Ireland. She makes a return to the setup after being part of the mix against Sri Lanka in that tri-series earlier in the year. And her partner at the other end, Oluhle Sio, from the Eastern Cape originally, was at Woodridge and then went across to Steyn City in Johannesburg and now is playing in the Western Province. She was that wonderful skipper in the 2023 Under-19 World Cup.
Absolutely, absolutely. She's part of the girls that set the bar for us. Eh? Her, Madison Landsberg, I think, and Karabo Meso were in there. And not so long ago when she was here, she was also under the stewardship of Ayabonga Kaka.
You can just see the difference here between the opening bowlers for Western Province and the Lions here. Ayabonga Kaka is just something. She's special sauce, as we might say.
Absolutely, right up there with, again, the best, particularly with the new ball. I think she'll really pose a different challenge to what Lara would have faced throughout the season so far.
Oh, goodness me. What an absolute crackerjack start here. Goodall is getting a stern test here from her Proteas teammate.
Definitely testing the technique. As I said earlier on, I think this definitely a new ball wicket. And if you hold your length long enough, I think there is something a little bit of wobbled, particularly out here at the Wanderers. So let's see what's going to happen here.
Oh, that's exceptional. Wow. Just so elegant with that stroke. Square the wicket and 4 runs.
Great response, that. It's a great response from Lara Goodall. Again, I think when it comes to ability, nothing short of that. and temperament, nothing short of that. I think the biggest part, and that's maybe the growth fact in her game, it's the consistency part. And it's been good to see her put a couple of performances over the last couple of seasons, but I think another catch is going to be around how consistent can she be.
After such a nice start to the over, just a bit of a release there at 4 without loss. Our very own producer having to sprint his way onto the field to rectify a bit of technical challenges. Tumi Sekukune, another face in the Proteas side. She nearly thought for a moment she should give the visor a go.
Yeah, no, I think I was ready to take a nice photo of that and then just remind her of that a little bit later. Probably a great little village moment.
On the money first ball.
Yeah, another one known for accuracy. I think this will be a stern test of both these batters in terms of technique. Both these bowlers will be in and around the wicket. And it will be a good little test in terms of to see how much these WSB Western Province ladies can hold and hold and hold the game.
A little bit of extra width there, and immediately Amy Gears getting to do some exercise post-lunch.
It's turned out to be an absolute stunner of a day, eh, Dave?
For now, I'm always cautious. We saw a little bit earlier in the broadcast the massive cloud that was hanging over our heads, just behind us, rather. It's been a beautiful day of cricket. Let's put it like that.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think we're a little bit spoiled now in Joburg with a bit of cricket because we've been blessed with short form games, half games. No, I think this might actually be my first full game. So here we go.
You realize now that you've said it, it's... Oh, good grief. That was a delicious delivery. Wonderful stuff here by Sekukune. Now that you've said something, I'm sure it will not go in your favor. Your debut game was with me, and we got through that one. But since then, it's been tough going. We were out in Pretoria together a short time ago for the Lions-Titans 50-over game, and not able to get a ball bowled there. I want to just touch, if I can, Coach, on the National Academy. Oluhle Sio, part of the National Academy for the last 3 years, 23, 24, 25. Tell me a little bit more about, one, what is the National Academy for those who aren't aware what it may be and what it entails, and what is the value of having a National Academy?
Yeah, Dave, I think that's an unbelievable question, big man. The academy is probably your next tier players, particularly the ones graduating from under 19. Conversations happen in and around between Coach Denisha and Mandla in terms of what sort of skill set is needed at the top, and then that kind of gets filled. Yeah, that kind of gets filled first up a bit, you know. So, for example, we would have needed a couple of off spinners because we went through a lean patch where we didn't have like off spinners. So, in terms of who gets invited first up, would be your top of the cream in terms of those players coming in first. And it's all about just spending a month there and just upskilling, growing the awareness, and giving them a little bit of an understanding of what would be expected, but more than anything, an understanding of who they are.
End of the second over. It's 5 without loss. Good all on for Sio, yet to get some runs going. Good start again from Kaka. And I think it's an important point that you've raised, Bongani, because ultimately there needs to be an answer as to what kind of succession planning is going on, not only, for the men, but the ladies as well. You want to know that when a player does retire, this one avoiding the wide call from the umpire, those lovely blue lines that you'll see on your screen. So the idea is, in the event of a player retiring or being injured and then removed from the side permanently, or even just for a short term, what is the follow-up process to say, okay, somebody's been injured or somebody's retired, who is our next in line? Because it can sometimes be the case that teams are looking around and saying, well, who can replace this player? Now, you don't expect to replace a Mignon de Priya immediately, but you have to have somebody who you feel is competent enough to step up to the next level and then still do the job. They don't have to be world-class straight away. Just a miscued stroke there for the single. You have to just know, where is my next option coming from?
Absolutely, Dave. I think you've nailed it there. The biggest part is understanding first what sort of space we want to create at that academy. It's a growth space. The players getting to understand themselves again, because there's a huge jump. You're jumping literally from here to go play at a World Cup. That's a level in the jump, and we've got to find ways and creative ways to firstly upskill the players, but more than anything, get an understanding of who they are. I think most of the time we always talk about performances and who's next in line, who's this, but we don't really have a firm understanding of what sort of works with that player. So you wonder, and then you say, oh, the player maybe stepped up but couldn't really get the result that they needed, or performances.
Goodness me, when she gets it right, Ayabonga Kaka, that ball that just jags back in, it can be quite a menacing concern for all batters. 3 gone, we've flown through that over, 6 without loss.
The quality of Ayabonga Kaka, as we look at this replay again, nips back nicely. Only bit of criticism that I'll have is just the length. I do feel again with that newer ball, she could be a touch fuller, get the stumps into play a little bit more, but again, unbelievable ball that.
What it also does crucially is put them in positions as players into slightly more foreign environments than they're used to. Because I think what people don't realize is, yes, you get selected for a domestic side, and sometimes the pressure is not as intense as you would see it at the international level. Worked away tidily onto the onside. Look for 2, but I suspect the common sense argument will be made for just a single. Such a vital aspect of future-proofing, so to speak, for your national side. And what it will do as well is take all of that information that players are learning at that level and hopefully transfer it to the younger players just one level down, so that they know exactly what it is that the national selectors and coaching structures are looking for, not only in a player from a skills perspective, but a holistic environment as well. Good bit of shape. That one's gone through the hand as a throw to the keeper's end. Needed to be a lot flatter. Not able to trouble either of these 2 batters.
Yeah, Dave, I think you, again, spot on, big man. I think you can see a person who does a lot of research and follows the game a lot. And yeah, luckily now we've had Mando who's come onto the scene, and he's really made sure that his relationship with Denisha, who's the Academy Under-19 coach, is a lot stronger and a lot more in terms of conversations around players. That seems to be happening a little bit more often, and in terms of even understanding. So, for example, a player like Seshni Naidu, who spent a lot of her time in under 19, and also with Denisha growing up, a lot of questions happen towards her compared to the player is, So there's a lot more. The line of communication has become better, and the understanding and the introduction into the environment for every player has become a lot better.
Lovely shot. Deserved so much more. There's drama all around. Just why I say lovely shot, maybe the result wasn't there. And it presented an opportunity not only for a catch, but a run out as well. But from a skill perspective, the shape looked very good, just maybe a little bit too eager on the timing. That's exactly what you would have wanted, just not quite getting the timing right there. So it looks good, which is encouraging for Western Province supporters. Wayward onto the leg side. She's going to flick that away, and the first boundary will be imminent here. Excellent timing. Sekukune just drifting onto the pads and not going to miss out with a freebie like that.
Yeah, I think Oluse has been waiting for something. She has been looking and pushing herself around there, looking for any moment or any bit of width somewhere, and she's gotten something from Dumi, who's drifted a little bit straighter, and she's flicked that nicely. So have a look at that. Yeah, had no intentions to keep it going. Made sure that she gets on top and hit that away. Great response.
A good response, and a little bit senseless from Sio. You've hit the boundary as we end 4 overs, 13 without loss. Why are you chasing something so wide?
Again, I'll say I think the skill set of the bowler, the higher you go, is that they'll always ask questions. And as a young player, it's the way you respond. So she'll probably get a little bit more of an understanding around her own game the more she plays and the more she's put out in these scenarios in terms of this is how I go about my stuff. There's players that will go out there and be big boundary hitters early on, but there's players that will go out there and absorb a lot of pressure. So she will probably have to discover and find out in her own way what sort of player she wants to be.
Big question that will be on everyone's lips is Danae Fanikak not playing today, having got the call up to come back to the Proteas side since 2021. That's last time she donned the green and gold. She retired in 2023, then changed her mind quite recently. And I want to kind of delve into... I'm not going to put you under pressure and expect you to answer tough questions, but what can sometimes be the thought process of a player when they retire and then say, hold on, maybe I was a little bit too hasty? Do you think it's, for lack of a better description, I miss what I had, or is it I've got unfinished business? I'm not asking you to open Danae's mind, but I want you to try and kind of give us a picture of why players would do that, because it's not a foreign concept. It's not like players retire and then they never come back. Half a shout there. Michael Jordan, exactly the same thing. So what goes through an athlete's mind retiring and then saying, I need to come back?
I think more than anything is driven by your why, man. Exactly what you just said now. It's just about the why. Certain points that even anyone in life you do make emotional decisions, and then you go back and you sit and you regroup. And after regrouping, you start figuring out. And again, I'll say maybe in her terms, Danae, something that I could think about is when you do it, how old are you in terms of your maturity? And then you go a little bit older and you get a little bit more mature, and then your understanding of stuff starts being a little bit better. So I think there's multiple stuff, but just to jump in is the one big thing that she spoke about was obviously about losing her dad and just remembering everything and understanding what that all means.
Into the fifth over, it's 14 without loss. And I think to add to that is your support structure at home. Obviously Marzan has been touring quite a lot with the national side, and it can be difficult for players to navigate that period when your significant other is not there with you. It's tough. I won't say that any professional athlete has it completely easy. It looks easy from the outside, but I think that the mental struggle that can sometimes come with playing or being involved in professional sport just really asks questions of who you are and where do you want to be. And like you said, the why is such an important question.
Yeah, and again, you look at her, she's probably a little bit more fortunate because she's probably been able to pop in and around and watch the environment a bit closer. And I think credit has to go through to the new management in terms of how they've run stuff. I mean, if it's appealing for a player who last played that long to say, I still want to come in and contribute, I think you got to give kudos to.
In the air, over mid-on, and that'll go to the boundary for 4. A stand and deliver stroke. Bullish at the very best.
She's got a lot of class. There's a lot to like about Alara Goodall. I mean, I say there's not a lot of left-handers going around in our system in the first place. And to have one that's this elegant and this talented, just have a look at this. Tumi Sekhukhune just gets a tiny bit close to her. She's able to free her arms, take the options of hitting over the top, really take the power play on, and yeah, pop that over mid-on. 2 bounces, 4 runs.
Exceptional response there from Sekhukhune. That's something that she's done well in the short spell that she's had. Yes, she may have erred, but the follow-up is just as important.
Yeah, and Tumi is probably a player that maybe has not really gotten consistency in terms of games. So she will always be a little bit, you can see that's maybe a lack of rhythm every now and then. So hopefully, again, this next couple of days, she can put in a couple of good spells inside of her and just build that confidence. Because again, I think at the World Cup, she was exceptional in the times when the team called her in to do a job. And she did that with precision. But she's probably a player that's been a little bit unlucky. That player that's always kind of the first one in or last one in, first one out type, particularly based on conditions. So yeah, I'm hoping that this time again she can show that she's grown a few extra skills and she'll be able to get a consistent run.
Good bit of fielding. Such a good bit of fielding there. Throwing her body around Nonkululeko Tabete. Yes, she had support from Sunette Viljoen Low, but good to get down and stop what could have been a certain boundary.
Absolutely. I think that extra cover region there takes the average age of the side quite high. So to see how they've actually gone off and shown that commitment, both of them, it's unbelievable.
Six overs have been bowled, 18 without loss, and with a stroke like that, you can understand how she got that 100 against the Titans. 111 in that game. 14 fours this season. Laura Goodall, she's 6th on the run getters list, but you can understand, one, why she is where she is in terms of the stats, and that the national selectors are not willing to let go just yet.
Yeah, and there's been a bit of a shift, man, in terms even of how her presence at the crease, her belief, and that's been really exciting for me because I don't think it's ever been a skills issue, but it's always been about, do you believe in yourself and do you really want this?
Very tidy. Little around the corner dab. Cowling with her long limbs bounds across the field here to keep that to just 1.
Carlin, talking about her, she's an exciting prospect as well. Again, I always look at the athletic profile before anything in terms of how the players are built, and that just, as a coach, you can coach skill. but there's certain things that you cannot give, and she's got an exciting package in her, and I'm looking forward to seeing how she runs in today. A little bit of chitter-chatter around in terms of plans. Let's see if it comes through. The pointers move a lot straighter.
What kind of lines do you think Ayabonga Kaka is going to be bowling here? Her natural variation will go away from the left-hander. Do you think the stock ball is going to be tighter to the stumps, and then the one that has a little bit of width maybe holds in the surface, and that's why the point is very square, and Landsman at slip is very wide?
Definitely. And we're spending a little bit of time with her. I do think she probably will hold that ball a little bit more crossing, because she knows that danger ball is the one that goes away. So she won't probably try and bowl a lot of those in the over. So if you look in the first couple of balls here, nothing is really shaped away. So I'm expecting her now to maybe go a little bit more seam up and then try and really take that ball away now. Because she understands what her strengths are, and she really wants to protect that bit first.
In the air, it'll bounce safely. Oh, and it's wrong-footed Cowling. She's come through, and then with the spin off the bat, sent her the wrong way. That's a boundary for Western Province.
Yeah, I think that's a moment you'd love to forget. I saw a couple of these as well at the World Cup. It's something that you can't really practice, can you? Something about understanding of what's happening in front of you first, for you to be able to anticipate what you need to be responding to.
Bit of an ankle breaker there. A little bit early for the Ireland game this evening. In the air. There's two players converging, but it'll fall safely. Jenna Evans picks it up. It's becoming dangerous here for a Western Province batter. Two balls that have been in the air. Unconvincing strokes. And Ayabonga Kaka, yes, she's conceded 6 in the over, but I suspect she may sniff. There's an opening here. Again, she's got them playing at those deliveries. Good way to end the over. 7 gone, 24 for no.
Absolutely. I think that we did say it's going to be an examination of what's going to happen in the power play, and you can see why. Probably the Western Province ladies are looking at the scoreboard feeling like we've only got 2 fielders outside. We need to capitalize on this. We do know most of the strength of the Lions over the season has been in their spin department, so we kind of have to score early, because we know Rapo and Tozaki are coming through later on. So at some point they've got to make a play, and it also has worked out well for the Lions that they've got 2 seasoned campaigners, 2 seasoned pros running in with the new ball, operating like people that understand how and where. So I do feel for the WSB Western Province side, but this is why you want to play cricket. This is why you want to come back to provincial cricket at the mid. This is the level that you want, because this is what builds the character and gives you a little bit more understanding around your game.
That is just so elegant. Just straying onto the pads and dabs that away. Precision is the word that comes to mind with that shot.
Absolutely. Again, class is permanent there. I don't think we'll ever doubt that. Maybe a bit naughty as well from Sikukuna there. As we look at the line here, I think more than anything it's just the line. Elegantly played around the corner. With this outfield here, there is no chance that you're catching that. So yeah, I think for me, it's just about being patient. I think that's the hardest thing. Win the power play first, and then try and make sure that you build a bit of pressure in the middle, in 10 over blocks, and then take it from there.
In the air. Cowling is coming around. Is she going to get there? No. This time she recovers and gets a hand on it, whips it in. Looked for a moment that she might be undone and once again, but good recovery from the youngster.
Yeah, I think we could have had 2 Cheslin Kobe moments there. So Good to see that she's learned from her mistake from a couple of balls ago. Still probably fresh in her mind. But yeah, you can see that there's clear intention to really try take on the boundary options here.
Edge, then gone, gone, gone. We were just singing the praises of these two. And Sekhukhune gets one to take the edge. And a breakthrough for the Lions in the 8th over. It's 29 for 1.
29 for 1 it is, and it is the Protea reinforcement combination that goes there. Caught Sindalo Jafta, bowled Sekhukhune, and this is exactly what you want when you come through to provincial cricket, is to make an immediate impact. And that is just how you want to start from the DP World Lions.
Can see the wide Landsman there. That's exactly why they want to. Just wafted at that one. A good catch by Jafta. Jubilation for the Lions. Sio has got to go. And a wicket most welcomed by the home side.
Sindalo Jafta has had a great start to today, hasn't she? I think if you're telling me these are my last couple of days before heading into an island series, this is exactly the type of preparation I would love. Same with Sekhukhune. I think that's a great little response, particularly from the first ball that she bowled, where she was twinkle down leg. But I do think it's that left-hand, right-hand combination that plays a big role, whether from what level you're coming from. So it just goes off to shows the value of having a lefty and a righty up at the top.
Tucker, new batter that has arrived at the crease here. And there's no let go for her. Born in Pretoria, from Hoërskool Menlo Park. She's played 2 test matches, 10 ODIs and 14 T20 internationals, and was part of the National Academy last year. Lovely, lovely, lovely. This from Sekhukhune. You thought the over was going to run away, but after those first 5 runs, now here comes a fight back.
Absolutely. I think particularly while the ball's still new, you want to make sure you stay in the fight, and Sekhukhune has just shown that.
It's also so important, Bongani, about utilizing the seam in a new ball. Sometimes the temptation can be with a surface that holds up a little bit, that you want to throw that scrambled seam or cross seam delivery down range. But there is still value even on a surface like this, if you can hit the seam to make the most of conditions available. 8 gone, 29 for 1.
29 for 1. I think that's a good little recovery there. After an action-packed first 3 balls, Tumi Sekhukhune goes off and closes it up with ... And that's just, again, game of momentum. You know, those last 3 balls build up a little bit of pressure for Ayabonga Kakafo on the other end to follow through. So I am expecting, again, something to happen in this over, particularly based on it being 2 more overs towards the end of the power play, and the run rate steadily, or required run rate steadily going up. So I do expect a play to be made, particularly in the last 2 overs of this power play.
Yes, and then no. And then a hand of apology to her partner. Goodall thought there was a run on there, but Sekhukhune pounced upon it.
Again, the value of just being accurate. You know, I mean, you look at how tight they can be, because they know you can really hold your length, and you're able to hold your line as well. So all of a sudden, it gives you 7, 8 more people inside that ring who can actually crowd into the better space, because you're so accurate with your line and with your length. And that's what Ayabonga has.
Especially at this level, batting largely is a mental game. Again, the call is no. And the word there from one of the players that it's too fast. But I think, as I said, it's a mental game, batting out there at this level. Yes, skill is there. We've seen the skill from Laura Goodall and any batter, but how you manage your own mental space is such a crucial thing. And bowlers feed off of your indecision and your inability to make a decision confidently.
Absolutely. I think confidence is everything, and understanding of where the game is at, how you're going to make a play. So, I mean, it's interesting that Laura Goodall has gone closer towards off stump and taken a couple of meters outside her crease to try and get closer towards where the seam is, or the ball's landing.
Third time of asking, she'll get to the other end.
And again, it's just the plan is just to try and get closer towards that. As I said, it's not the easiest driving wicket. So when a bowler finds that gold pot, that gold length, and they're able to land and hit that consistently, it becomes a little bit more challenging, particularly in the high felt. You score a lot of your runs square of the wicket and very difficult to hit down the ground and through extra. So when a bowler like Ayabonga Kaka can zone in on the zone and you're not unsettling them, it becomes very difficult for you to get any bit of respite.
Lovely way to end the over. 9 overs have been completed. It's 30 for 1.
30 for 1. Yeah.
Just have a look at that weather, coach. It's creeping up on us.
Nah, it's blowing towards Pretoria.
I certainly hope you're right. You'll see there's a big vacant space there over that sponsored pavilion there. And that's because they are replacing the lights here and at the other venues as well in anticipation of the World Cup. Faye Cowling will be the new bowler from the call-it drive end. Trying to make use of pace and bounce. You see there you are, the cranes that are putting the first pylon in. That pylon is in the middle there, and they've just moved the lighting fixture itself from one place to another so that they can put it on top, ready to go for the World Cup. What an absolute crackover delivery up front. Welcome, youngster.
Yeah, Faye Cowling, exciting prospect again. 6 foot and a bit? And then first up you go in there and you go on for the good old Yorker. Something that I used to have a conversation about with KG back in the days, to say, you always bowl the new ball. Everyone is expecting you to hit a length. What if you run in first ball and you bowl a Yorker? You know, and he's become one of the better bowlers of a Yorker.
I seem to remember him breaking somebody's toe with the Yorker at under 19 level.
Absolutely, and it was just again about what makes you different, you know, and that's always something to really look at as a bowler, to say, what do you bring to the team, what makes you dynamic, you know. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how she operates here at a 6 foot and a bit, to be able to bowl a fuller length, obviously should be able to bowl a good little bumper, but to hit the stumps consistently.
Wafts at that one.
Gives you a little bit of a different edge, you know. I mean, if you're able to be that tall, hit the top of the bails at good energy, and be able to bowl a bumper and a Yorker, imagine what that means. I mean, as I've been saying for the last bit, I'm really excited with the athletic profiling of these youngsters that are coming through from the under 19 section. I think we can look forward with excitement.
It's overpitched and glanced away, down to third man. We spoke about the academy, but I want to go one tier down, so to speak, in the pipeline within Cricket South Africa. Schools SA20, and particularly for the women's game, because it's easy to say, oh, well, the boys have another competition because they have so many during the year. Highlight for me where you see the benefit to something like the schools SA20, not only in short and pulled away, there is protection down there at fine leg, not only in the preparation for players to play more games, but what that means for players at that level to get games that are broadcast, that are commentated upon, that they can go review for themselves.
I think you can't put value on that. That's
outside edge, controlled edge, she'll tell you, but runs nevertheless.
that for me is one of the reasons.
10 overs have been completed. We're a fifth of the way through the innings, 34 for 1, and we'll give you a little bit more time to answer that one before we change. So 34 for 1 after 10. Schools SA 20.
Yeah, I don't think you can really put a value on it, because to me, I look at it and I say those moments, particularly if you're brought up in those moments, that's why when you get to these big finals, these big moments, and players have really started becoming accustomed to those moments from a young age, it brings a different sort of value, as we look at the scorecard here.
Yeah, 34 for 1 after 10. The Lions 270 for 8 in their 50 overs. Goodall is arguably going to be a key for this Western Province side. So a change of ends here for Tumise Kukune. An outside edge again. The edges are being caught as this one, well, it's being caught by the bat, but not able to cause the fielders some consternation.
Yeah, just going back to that, but I do think that SA Schools T20 is a first step towards creating that SA Women's, the SA 20 Women's, because 95% of the time, the people that are going to be investing in this are going to be foreign investors, and to put on something on display for them to say that there's a pipeline happening, there's players, apart from just your national players that there's value that's coming down from the system. I think that's going to make it a lot more of an appealing product, because we keep talking about why is the ladies not starting one now, but I do feel, if I was just thinking as a businessman, apart from the players that on the surface, what else is out there? And a product that Hollywoodbets is producing now for us and SA Schools T20, I think that's all putting it all together and giving us a good little shout to go out there and say, yes, maybe we are ready.
Works its way to the onside for the single. And I want to highlight what the difference it can make having a professional league that we do have now for the ladies. The highest scores at Western Province, for example, have steadily increased. The players' individual high scores have steadily increased. That's not only off the back of contracts, but having a league like this makes the possibility of a professional career more accessible for youngsters, and they can get a small taste of it through the Schools SA 20.
Dave, I think if you were a salesman, you sold that to me. I've got 3 daughters, and my 3 daughters from here, this chair, now I'm going straight to go buy them pads, and they're starting cricket tomorrow, because again, it just shows the endless opportunities, and we're really in a fortunate position as the women's space, because there's plenty of opportunity that's coming through for these youngsters, and there is also common interest, so I'm really excited in terms of what it is that can come from this.
Edged again, and this time it was ever so close to the left hand of Madison Landsman. Nothing yet bearing fruit. It's frustrating stuff for the bowlers.
But in saying all of that, again, I do feel like it is the right time to try and blood a lot of these, because you got a Marizan Cup with 150 odd caps, who's again slowly probably approaching the back end of her career, that you want these youngsters to be rubbing shoulders with. You've got Ayabonga Kaka as well, Masabata class. You want to make sure that they get to transfer that knowledge while they're on the field before it's too late. I think that's the biggest part that we probably need to get right. as administrators and management. You know, it's to find that right balance to give opportunity and allow that these ladies transfer that skill from player to player, because from coach to player, it's a totally different thing. But player to player, it's...
In the end, gone! Massive celebration from the home side. Jenna Evans with a brilliant low catch. Thought for a moment it may just fall short. It's been falling short all afternoon. The second wicket falling, 11 overs gone, 37 for 2.
The pressure of that power play. As we have a look at this catch here, have a look at the movement there. Oh, that's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Jenna Evans is an athlete, and she has taken a few of these actually throughout this season. This is the third one that she's taken that's been so good that I've seen. So I think there is a genuine expectation towards how she goes and handles herself out in the field. But if that's the way that I'm going to leave the com box, I'm really happy to leave with that, because that puts a smile on my face and a green dot for me or next to Jenna Evans' name.
So the second wicket falls. Just 8 runs added in that partnership. And change of batter means change of commentary in our space here. KG is going to take a seat alongside me, just having a look at those conversations around highest ever List A individual scores. Faye Tunnicliffe, 138, having recorded that earlier this season against the Dragons, the highest ever List A score for a Western Province player. A little bit of pressure as she comes to the wicket, KG.
Yeah, definitely. We spoke at the back end of the innings of DPY Lions that maybe they wanted to get to that 300, but 270 the board is a lot of runs. So for Faye Tunnicliffe to come in now, 37 for 2. And the one thing about chasing is that there is a bit of a scoreboard pressure, so you can feel early on that you are falling behind in the game. Currently going at 3.4 to the over, needing to go at 6, and we know how quickly that can go up. And I think that DPY Lions would identify that they are in a purple patch at the moment. And they like to put in the Python squeeze on the Western Province. Just tucked away into the leg side for a single. A bit of a miscommunication, but safe at the end. There's a bit of a miscommunication there between Taka and Tunnicliffe.
102 is where Tunnicliffe's strike rate is this season. So she's going to get you runs, and she's going to get them quickly. Currently 4th on the run scorers list, just behind Danae Fanikak. 173 at 43.25. He's having an incredible season.
Ooh, back outside edge, but that vacant slip cordon once again going between the gully and the slip and the keeper rather. How many times that does have to happen before somebody gets put there? And you just look at the moment of the game. 2 wickets down. As we just have a look at that again. 2 wickets down as Western Province. You're already feeling the pressure. As Lions, you're thinking that we've got the pressure. Let's keep on attacking and see if we can get one more.
Well, the decision has been made to bring the slip in place, put third a little bit squarer.
Straighter that time from Faye Cowling.
She's been adamant at attacking that Yorker length. She's gunning for it, to use a more colloquial term. She really wants to make sure that she hits the mark there every single time. And it certainly makes batters' lives that much more challenging.
quick single once again on the leg side. It is what Bongani said, that if it's one of those balls that you know are a trump card, a good ball for you, and you know that you can use it to good effect in later in the innings, why don't you do it earlier? Because if you can do earlier, execute it earlier, then you can be able to get the results. Because in the latter part of the innings, it's seen as a defensive ball to try and stop the batters from scoring the runs. So if you can do that early, then there's pressure created. Oh, that LBW, as we're speaking about how well she's bowling. Delmi Taka just caught in a crease there. Big shout and given out.
Well, you said they were looking for their next wicket and they found it trapped. And umpire Amy Gear obliges there. It's a massive wicket for the DP World Lions in terms of the momentum of this game. They needed a third, and Faye Carling has produced it. Have a look at this one again. Off the surface, back in. Stuck on the crease. Tucker has to go. 41 for 3. That brings Kelsey Adams to the crease.
Yeah, big wicket that. The DP World Lions certainly carrying on with the pressure they've created early on. Catching Dalmi Taka caught in a crease there. And with that, as I said, Kesley Adams had a very good time in the field. Kesley stopped a couple of balls. And obviously that big run out, getting events out, pick up and throw.
Yeah, we spoke about the absence of Danae Fanikak. 3 consecutive 50-plus scores. At 41 for 3, this has to be Tunnicliffe's day, because you almost suspect that it could kind of fold like a house of cards here for Western Province if somebody doesn't stand up. Not with a stroke like that.
Yeah, definitely not. And you get caught up in the moment of the game as to, do you look to consolidate for the next 10 overs or so? But in the meantime, when you're doing that, the scoring rate or the required scoring rate keeps on going up. So there's more and more pressure that's been put on you. But you've got to, as a batting team, when you're chasing, you've got to give yourself the maximum opportunity to try and get the runs. And you know what they say, you're not going to get the runs sitting in the change room. So you need to be out there to ensure that you can get those runs.
It's a vital passage of play here for Western Province. There need to be some thoughts on how they plan to go about taking on this chase. Yes, the run rate is almost double what you are currently scoring at, but you have time on your side. Only 13 overs gone in 50. And you have to almost say, well, we'd rather bat long than try and take on the game all at once.
And no doubt that they've got the kind of batsmen that can accelerate later on in the innings. Thinking about Faye Tunnicliffe herself, we spoke about her strike rate this year. She's put in the big runs. We all know what Reineke also can do coming in later on.
It's going to be an interesting chase here because Western Province at home this season have put 2 big scores on the board, but their game against the Dolphins, where the Dolphins chased down 242, means that they've relied quite heavily on some good individual performances. 241 for 9 against the Dolphins, 256 for 7 against the Titans. Both of those with 100. 13 overs gone, 41 for 3. It was Tunnicliffe's 100 against it was rather Goodall's 100 against the Titans that got them to that score. So somebody needs to lead the way here with bat in hand.
Yeah, I think it's definitely that responsibilities need to be taken by someone or two. Because you would say that you do need a big partnership. You need a 100-plus partnership, which is exactly what the Lions did. At a 41 and a 49, and then they got that big 100 to get them to a good score. And I must say, I like, yes, to me, Skukune change ends to the other side, but you could say that it's an extended bowling session for her. Didn't go 4 and stayed away. And I say I like that because it's one of those things that when you're playing in the game, yes, you might come into with a plan that your seam bowlers are going to bowl 4 or 5 up front and then come back later. However, if you identify the momentum of the game and where it's going, and you've got a Tumi Skukun is one of the fitter players around, they can give you an extra 1 or 2 overs just to ensure that the pressure keeps on piling. Full driven through the covers. Kesley Adams, fast outfield here at DP World Wanderers, and that goes to the boundary for a much, much needed boundary here for Western Province.
That's the reality of bowling that length. You miss it and it becomes a half volley. Perfectly balanced in playing that cover drive, Kelsey Adams. And she is not going to complain when she's yet to get off the mark and then takes that as her first one.
I was just looking at that. If I am Faye Cowling, I won't be too disappointed because you do want your batters, especially when it looks like there is still something in the wicket. A couple of balls have went through that slip. You want your batters to feel that they can drive the ball, and hopefully you can get a wicket out of that. Ooh, straighter that time. Bit of a Chinese cut down to that fine leg for his single.
Yeah, she didn't have much control over that stroke at all. But I think that's exactly what Khomotso Rapo is looking for from Cowling here. She's got to come in and bowl those Yorkers. Yes, if she errs a little bit on her lengths and turns it into a real friendly delivery, you're not going to complain if you can produce something like that time and time again. It's an interesting tactic here. We're still in the opening stages.
Ooh, almost. That is exactly what they've been looking for. But just to the right there of the slip fielder. Yet another one going through that cordon for another 4.
50 up for Western Province. How many times is it going to be a day of frustration for the DP World Lions? An argument might even be made to add 2 or 3 there, because while Western Province are 50 for 3, there's still an opportunity to pick up wickets. You move Lunsman wide and it goes between keeper and slip. You move Lunsman straighter and then it goes wide at first slip. Why not throw in a second? 14 gone, 50 for 3.
You'd have to be very brave in the 14th, 15th over to have 2 slip fielders, but like you say...
50 for 3. 50 for 3.
Yeah, I was getting to that to say, like you say, you've got them 50 for 3 and they are behind the asking rate. You feel that you can take that extra risk or do the unusual. And as you see that, there is a change in bowling to Miss Kukune. It's done for the day, not for the day rather, in the first innings. Khomoto Rapao, the captain, bringing herself in.
Okay.
Change of pace coming from the golf course end.
It's been a menace with ball in hand. Has Khomoto Rapao, and in combination with Raisibe Ntozake. Slices, she's known affectionately. Ntozake. She's been a different player since she tweaked her action after being sighted in 2021. But the captain here has a task ahead of her that she may be relishing, particularly with some small cracks.
Bit of a listener there, first up. It is very, very important how you mentioned the kind of bowling that Rapao has put up this season together with Raisibe Ntozake. Both captains, 1 T20, 150 over, so they've really taken the responsibility into their hands. Just down the ground, should be a single. Just like the energy also of Jafta behind the wickets, she is constantly in the ear of the batter, saying all sorts of things in there.
Spare a thought of a moment for Rosina Manak, who in the absence of Meso and Jafta has done a really tidy job this season. 2 catches, 2 stumpings. It's tough being a younger player, because when the Proteas inevitably come back, you're the one who has to make way. But it's a blessing.
Oh, a bit too straight that time around. Kesley Adams gets it down to that fine leg boundary for a 4. Much needed boundary here. Looking at the context of the game, little bit behind Western Province, but still early on, still a lot of time in this game. Bit too straight that time around from Rapao. It's a risk-free shot here for Adams. Last ball of the over, hit down to that long on for a single. And that brings the Western Province to 57 for 3 after 15 overs.
We're creeping nearer to a drinks break, and you might make the argument that the Lions are in the ascendancy here. But there's something about this partnership that to me seems as though they may have what they need. The problem is, as you can see on screen, it might not be enough. And then we start to look at Duckworth Lewis and Stern Par, and they are well behind KG. 104 is where they need to be at the end of this over. 57 at the moment. So the Lions will be smiling either way. They're in a good feeling of momentum here. And they have DLS on their side.
Yeah, definitely a whole 47 runs behind. The wind is picking up also. Yeah, the DP World Wanderers. And the Lions know that just need to push, make sure that they can get to that 20 overs. Good shot down the ground. But good fielding once again from Jenna Evans. She is such a live wire in the field. Throughout this season, remember, last week or 2 weeks ago, then played against the Titans at Snovich Park. She took 2 great catches.
Yeah, well, she spread them. She was planning on spreading those catches out between the 50 over and the T20, but you know, the weather wasn't on our side on that Saturday. I was worried that you know, yourself and Pila would be stranded like Bongani and I were. Weather was not on our side that day.
Being a local that side, I made sure that the weather is fine for the Sunday.
So it's fine. You just look after yourself. The rest of us enjoyed a wonderful lunch and a bit of a waiting game. There's quite a serious system coming in from the West Rand.
A good shot. Fair Cliff. Nobody patrolling that boundary on the offside. In between that cover and a point. Waited for it. Hit it as late as possible. And that brings about a boundary for Fair Cliff.
Excellently timed and placed even better. A little bit too much width from Cowling. And it was so very good.
Too wide that time around from Faye Cowling.
Talk to us a little bit about those blue lines, because it's a newer addition to the groundsman's painting, if you will. Normally they have molds, not molds, but like frames that they will use to paint the lines. But there's 2 new lines, those blue ones you can see on either side of the stumps.
One off the edge again, doesn't carry. So that is something that has been created from ICC for domestic cricket, because we've seen the amount of times, especially the way that bettors bet these days, moving around. So it's to help the umpires so that when they move around, you see how far they move around, to help them with the wide signal. Because a lot of times it's up to the umpire. It is still up to the umpire's discretion, but now there's extra help. Ooh, that is gone. Another LBW. Full and straight from Faye Cowling. Getting the wicket for Yetana Cliff. Very, very big wicket here for Cowling.
What a way to end the over. 63 for 4 after 16. Faye gets Faye. Bit of an in-swinging delivery again. You can see just with the angle. Cowling pleading with the umpire and getting her way. 16 overs have been bowled, 63 for 4, and time for us to have a drink as we watch the weather overhead.
can hear me.
Yeah, I can. I've got people messaging me again.
How are you doing today?
Daffy, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Come on. Who is on comms?
No, Bongs is upstairs. Bongs, bro. I don't know, bro.
Can you hear me? Hi, Bongs.
Bit of naughty there from Jafta speaking to us from the field.
Here we go, Basti!
She's the type of character that you want in your team. Jafta. Stop. Too leg-sided here from Rapo. Just allowing Adams to get to it. Another boundary. Down to that fine leg.
Yeah, there was no protection out there, and it was an inevitability, really. Always keeps you in the mix when you just stray on the line there. Rapport has been offering everything with the ball here. She started her first over with a leg spinning delivery and then did a little bit more with the off spin. Maybe she's trying to bowl all the variations, dispensing with the slip. See, that last one was out the front of the hand.
Fully expressing herself, Rapo, with everything that she has to offer. Privilegio and now put down. Looked like it was in the hands, just on the landing. The ball fell out of the hands there.
She hit her elbow.
Despairing dive there to try and take the catch there. Tawete just letting it bobble out when her elbow hit the ground.
One straight, quick single. Managing to come through for that single. Losing wickets at regular intervals here. Western Province spoke about where they need to be in terms of DLS. A wicket makes it go up by a whole 18 runs.
Now, KB.
It's lovely to hear the conversations between batter and bowler. And the siren for the golf course indicating lightning means that we're going to go off here for lightning at the DP World Wanderers. It's frustrating because all we want is cricket. 133 is where DLS par is for Western Province, and I suspect we may not get much of this game with the system that's currently southwest of where we are. Just having a look at the place of where the game is now. DP World Lions winning the toss and deciding that they'll have a bat first. 270 for 8. Jafta with 68. Fulunlo with 58. A wonderful partnership between the two of them. Good contributions from Meso and Landsman. 3 wickets for Nosipo Vezi. And in response, Western Province towards World Sports Betting. Western Province 68 for 3 after 16.5. Goodall with 26. And Adams with 17 not out. She's got Jones with her, but they didn't get all that far before lightning has interrupted play. So from us, we'll be back with you in just a moment as the covers come on. We'll keep you updated as soon as we know a little bit more.